And as OPA stocks rebound in the wake of controversy, OPA CEP Shalipour declined to comment on the crypto wallet's linked payments made to multiple now-known SLF members, some even living in District 1.
These members, specifically, got into a shootout with SF authorities while attempting to flee the planet, only after destroying Villanueva Robotics and burning down a Bay Area Frisco's finest factory. They were ultimately unsuccessful in their escape and were thought to have vanished to Mars until recently. The various members of the local SLF militia were spotted in a live stream of an underground blood sport known as the Kumate somewhere in Tokyo. U.S. authorities are working with their Japanese counterparts to secure the apprehension of these fugitives. More details to come.
In completely unrelated news, a massive 5-alarm fire broke out in Tokyo's District 19 when a tank mech plowed through the side of a small high-rise in the center of the city. Units are working to control the blaze as onlookers crowd around the spectacle. ZFog brings you on the ground live to our local affiliate.
This fire is absolutely crazy. I've never seen anything like this. These mechs need to be barred from the city. It's ridiculous. Hi, Ma. Am I still on TV?
Sir, and what's your take on the Kumate?
Oh, yeah, that thing. I just heard about that. Weird times we're living in. Who in their right minds would watch something so brutal? You know, someone should do something about that. Awful, awful stuff. And there's betting, too. It takes a special kind of sick individual to gamble on something like that. Jesus Christ!
Hoo boy, looks like we lost our feed. We'll try to bring you more from the blaze there in Tokyo as ZFog 451 will return for more news on this story after a word from our sponsors.
Do synths dream of electric sheep? Who knows? But why should they have all the fun?
With the Crown Estate, you can stave off the effects of prolonged VR consumption and get a full, uninterrupted 5 hours of shut-eye. We promise.
You'll sleep so well, you won't know if you're in VR or dreaming anyway. The only difference is you'll be so rested, you won't have time to learn a new skill. The Crown Estate. Good for health, bad for education.
Not FDA approved. If you sleep for more than 12 hours, please seek medical assistance. May contain trace amounts of crush.
Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that short little film there. Thank you so much for joining us on Monday. I hope you start your week well. And I want to thank so much to the people in that video, Tiana and Ezra, for contributing to give us that kind of brief recap. I don't know. Do I need to do a recap now? I think that video kind of sums it up.
Yeah,
we just go right into
that recap
gameplay.
actually does a pretty good job.
So we've had a full rest.
I'm pretty good. Yeah, right.
Oh, come on, please.
Try. Yeah, so welcome to Carbon 2185. I'm the GM Warren, and I am joined in a clockwise order by Amy, Thomas, Aaron, and Tiana. Together, we are the Flying Car Funkadelic as we do the Brady Bunch meme look around.
I was like, too bad I can't make my arms go down.
And we have not had any kind of rest. You guys have been like sludging. You guys have basically been nonstop since you've got to Tokyo. I should probably give you a level of exhaustion now. But before we get into that,
I'm a machine. I'd like a level at this point.
Yeah. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. In the effort of not getting ahead of ourselves, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Gordon Biersch. Everyone watching at home, please hold up your mug, have a sip, and get Biershy with it with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon and Mr. Biersch. One person, two people?
I got it.
Four? I don't know. I'd also like to thank a great company by the name of Nord Games. Nord Games makes this luck deck, which we utilize every week. And the way the Nord Games luck deck works is if the players get a critical success, they get a card that benefits them in battle. If they get a critical fail, a natural one, I get a card that I can then use against them. And in traditional fashion, we are keeping in fortuitous circumstance, which after 12 episodes, we had one final good usage of. Thanks to Thomas.
It was mediocre is better than atrocious. That's how I live my life.
It was acceptable. It was acceptable. You're getting the hang of it.
I kind of had an idea. Why doesn't fortuitous circumstance mean you just get to pick any other card out of the deck rather than we script our... Have I said this before?
I don't think so.
If you get a fortuitous circumstance card, I will let you use it to substitute a saving throw D something. We'll see.
No, that's lame. I want to get out of jail free card. Like legitimately get out of jail.
All or
Might
none.
need that.
You might need that.
2,000 longs, don't pass go.
I want a card that puts me in jail, and I want you to use that card.
You might need that because you guys don't know I mean, you've seen cameras, but you have no idea how widespread the live stream went from the Kumate. Anyway, we're still not done with our initial portion. If you're not a member of our Discord community, make sure you join. We have amazing members, as you can see in the chat. Please join our Discord community. And inside the Discord community, also part of the stream, I don't know if it's been advertised, but next week on Monday, we are doing a Cardboard 2185 mitten.
Cardboard 2185. That's a new mashup I haven't heard of.
Am I going to be in the corner like this?
Sounds a little
like-
stiff.
We're gonna be Paper Mario.
It'll be like those sports games with the fake audience.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Kumate. An actual Kumate. So if you don't, Thomas, how do the mittens work? Can you?
So the mittens are going to work is this one specifically. So we did the drawing for those who signed up already, but in the future, this is how it works. Keep a lookout in that Mitten Coaches Discord channel, and when we announce that we're going to have a mitten, if you are a Twitch subscriber or a Patreon patron, you have access to that channel, and you can choose a number 1 through 20, and then we roll for it. So we had, and if you're a Patreon and a Twitch subscriber, you actually get both, 2 entries. So we drew those numbers a couple days ago, and we are now building Carbon 2185 using the Quick Start Guide, which is free if you sign up for the newsletter at Dragon Turtle Games. So you guys can play characters through level 2, build them for free in Carbon. It's pretty awesome.
In addition to that, I'd like to thank Dragon Turtle Games, which is the creator of the game that we are playing that you are watching right now. And if you don't want to just get the newsletter and get the free player's guide, inside their store, if you purchase, anything you purchase will have 10% off taken if you type in chaos at checkout. The promo code chaos at checkout for the Carbon store at dragonturtlegames.com/Carbon RPG. And I think lastly, you know what? I'll wait to shout it out when and if we get to that. I don't know who else is. Do you know who's going to be joining us for the mitten?
Yes, we actually have some guest stars from the DAT Network showing up. That is Dragons and Things. They have expanded out to the DAT Network. So we will have 2 people from that show joining us next Monday.
Awesome.
Amy is not going to be here.
You keep saying that like you're going to murder me.
Pity.
She will be missed. But...
Well, there are a lot of cool things in. What is this? This is a Carbon 2185 book. What is this? This is 2 of them.
Also, Warren's touched them, so there's that.
4 of them.
I'm going to be sick with excitement.
Hold on.
I'm going to be sick in general.
Aim to the PC.
So, real talk. When these books arrived, I Lysol'd the fuck out of them because I didn't want whatever mutation of coronavirus in London to hop shores over here. So you're welcome.
It would have died by the time it got here.
No.
Anyway,
coronavirus has a crazy hang time. I'm sorry, Amy.
I would have given you the coronavirus from London because I was in both France and Barcelona when it was outbreaking in Europe. So you would have actually gotten it from me before you got it from the books.
You probably gave it to Bo. If I'm honest.
Yeah, right.
No. Gamma gave it to Bo.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way that happened.
Okay. But
did you lock him in the closet?
Because Thomas was in the car with him all the way back.
Yeah, we were in the car together all the way there. we shared a room.
You gave it to Bo.
Well, yeah, if you're,
Yeah.
one of you did.
You did
If
give
you've
it to
already been expanding, if you've got it or you know somebody who's got it, I hope and pray for their safe recovery. But inside the mitten, there are a lot of things in here that I don't use when I'm like, what can we do? No, that thing would kill them. No, that probably would kill them. Like the heavy mecha pilot of Challenge 9.
Yeah.
Damn.
Expect all of those things to come out for the mitten. So
Oh, boy.
we're gonna have a lot of fun, and
It's gonna be District 9 up in here.
we're gonna be giving away one of these books tonight.
Yeah.
One of these books.
Ooh.
One of these.
Are we doing it like at the breakish for #chaos, or are we going to surprise it on people?
We'll definitely surprise it on people.
Okay, yeah, let's surprise it. I wouldn't want to. I don't want like. So here's the last thing I want. Right. I don't want us to get
Really?
rated.
Forever?
Yeah. I don't want us to get rated, and then someone who's been watching the stream since episode 1 to not get it in favor of anyway. Yeah. So we're gonna spring it on people at the opportune time, right? No favors, but I do take crypto donations. If you...
Oh my god! I need to remember the password for my crypto wallet. That's the
1, 2, 3, 4. I knew it.
1, 2, 3, 4. Password.
Password.
Yeah.
I love Bitcoins.
With that, let's get into the recap, shall we? Last week on Carbon and Chaos episode Demolition Man, the group were fighting their way through the Kumate after having recovered Monium and finding Vloon. The champion of the arena then was facing off with the team, and this person was extremely formidable, and this person took on the persona of a movie star from the early 90s, Cecily Wipes, and played a Phoenix Simon character from
a less cool name.
The movie Demolition Man. Yes. This person was going on a tear, and was easily distracted. Like the people in the arena knew him as a crowd favorite, mostly because of the brutality in which he dispatched arena contestants. But due to the fact that the Flying Car Funkadelic was very public in their Kumate walkthrough, everyone and their mother knew exactly where they were and what was happening. And it got the attention of a lot of people, including the authorities, who were still searching for SLF terrorists. The crew doesn't know that yet. And including the retirement officers and the reclaimer units led by Ozu Edomenku. And he's the one who broke up the party and essentially drove a tank through the side of the building in order to breach the walls, the thick walls of the Kagemi Boys hideout, which was masquerading as a corporate facility, but deep down below, it was basically the blood sport home. And the Kagemi Boys' primary source of income. Having escaped through a tunnel through the back and having seen your escape live streamed, I live out by the beach. People drive muscle cars.
Immersion.
You guys were able to maneuver through the sewer system and find an exit, but not after bringing down the electronics for one alternative pathway. So you climbed up the stairs led by some spicers who just were running for their lives away from you guys. But you're pretty sure Ozu was at your back because of the televised exit that you made, even irrespective of everything else going on in the arena. So you climb back up to street level, and you realize with Vloon that you are at the back of the geisha bar, basically half a block away from the rooftop that you ascended to go into. You knock on the back door. The head of security recognizes you, lets you in, and kicks everybody out of the establishment. So now you're inside the Sagawa sisters' primary hideout, and it's only you guys there. It was talked about that maybe you guys could probe Monium's memory for some information about Kaito and Urbzs' whereabouts. And the Sagawa sisters led you up to their laboratory, basically their tinkerer workshop. And they've prepared everything to basically operate on Monium and at least to scour his memory. They are not coders. They just give you the tools and they are going to let you kind of walk through that process. And that's where we find ourselves now, in this workshop clean room, extremely bright, xenon bright white lights. If there's a tiny quarter of an inch screw that fell on the floor, you'd be able to find it and identify it and pick it up. It is a clean room. And that's where we are right now.
Gotcha. And before we jump into the game, we should talk about the 4 bits that were left over.
Thank you.
Last time.
Okay, it sounds.
And then we will talk about the one inspiration, 500 bits from Tamago Tora for the players. Thank you
so much.
And also from Tamago Tora, 500 bits for Warren.
Excellent.
And Duke Fleeg with 500 bits for the players.
Yay.
Playing along.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you so much, Duke Fleeg.
Also, just a point of confusion on my part. The Kagemi
Boys.
were running the Kumate,
Correct.
and they are separate or the same as the Konami kids?
They're different.
Different.
Okay.
God, don't you play Nintendo?
For the record, Dragon Turtle Games, if you're watching, we know it's not Konami Kids, but we've decided that we like that name better and we're sticking with Konami Kids.
I mean, we're making all the 80s references anyway. We might as well get Konami in there.
Oh yeah.
So as you guys are setting up, she points you to the station, and she points Monium to a table and basically motions for him to lay flat.
Before I accept the process, I only trust Ryoga and Kyoga to be a part of it. If they are able.
She looks at you and she looks at him and she goes, I don't know what I'm looking for or how to do whatever it is that needs to be done. So if this is going to happen, it's going to need to be him or your friends. But this is my establishment. I'm not leaving the room. So deal with it.
Agreed.
Well, Kai, you're the one who did all the upgrades, and
Yes.
I'm assuming that.
Yeah, we're sitting on the wrong side. Yeah, there's someone on a roof.
That's fine.
What?
I'm sorry.
I was like, you guys left that. I was like, is that what the Kagemi boys thought?
Oh my God, they're on the roof. Everybody, get the guns.
Oh, they just dropped a torso through a window. Like, wow.
Oh wait, that's us.
I've
Get in there, bro.
Yes, get in here, bro.
That was
All
the
right.
worst
And
when you said it.
He aims a hand to his friend.
all right. I think we already did a lot of this, and we had
I
I had
think you're
searched
just-
his
So-
memory
I
banks.
think
Do
you're
it
really
again.
uncomfortable.
Do it
probing
again.
around.
So now, yeah, you're plugged in. You've got it plugged. So what are you looking for?
I am looking for that video that you teased last week.
All right.
You could
For the
just turn me into a radio?
I will give you advantage.
Projector.
Give me a technology check at advantage.
What? Didn't I already roll this?
Maybe, but it's a new session.
Maybe you'll roll
All
better
right.
this time and
Yeah.
not put
Yeah.
it upside down.
Or
Just
maybe
straight up text.
a natural
Well,
one.
you can't roll a D200 either. So
Was this what else do I have? So I have
technology.
medicine, mechanics. Was it
Hacking.
a mechanic check?
I think it was a. Okay.
Yeah, so you rolled a mechanics and a hacking. It was pretty bad. And then Amy basically put the USB in the right way.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So now you're going in to like look at some files. So give me a hacking roll.
Amy.
What?
Who has the pee-pee noise?
Go to the folder named Folder 1.
Amy, do you want to try? This is a
Sure.
failed attempt.
I can't believe that Thomas rolled a D200 and only got a 45.
I know.
I was just
Do you
testing
need
the
to
system.
take
In a
that
low fourth.
to screen so that everybody can see your crap roll?
Oh, wow.
Oh, please.
Share the screen.
With that, you still hear the rumblings and the explosions and the fire hydrant, the firemen and all these people outside, the helicopters and the drones trying to put the fire out across the street.
Yep. So I rolled an 18 for hacking.
18. So she pushes you off the stool that you're in front of, and she's like, God, do I got to do everything? And pulls up on the monitor a folder that, not a folder, but basically a bunch of screenshot images that Monium has been taking. And Monium's been basically capturing a bunch of stuff since you guys have like been on the mission. Like the first one, the brutal murders and all that stuff. All that's in here. But
photo album.
you're dragged to a video of Kaito and Urbz, an image of Kaito and Urbzs, and you hit play. And when you hit play, you basically see Monium. Well, you don't see Monium. The video is from the perspective of Monium through glasses. But what you see is another sort of clean room, except Monium is arched instead of laying flat. You see Urbz on one side and Kaito on the other side, and they're having basically a disagreement, standing over Monium's kind of exposed innards. It looks like a workshop. On the outside, you see it's a garage sort of workshop with soldering tools and all those other things. But past that, on the outside, you see basically beautiful imagery of, a Japanese garden and beautiful flowing plant life. It's basically like blue sky, like you haven't seen it.
Okay.
Inside, yeah, go ahead.
What's the metadata on this video? So like, where is it in time?
Yep.
Does he have a geolocator?
There is no geolocation on this, but the video timestamp was recorded 3 days ago.
Okay.
Are you looking at?
We've only been in Tokyo for like 24 hours.
About 2 days, almost 2 days now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the conversation starts. I assume you turn up the volume and you basically see Urbz hunching over, looking Monium straight in his eyes, saying, "You've got to format him. You got to wipe him. Like anything else will lead them right back to us. I know he's dated technology, but the longer he's here with you, the more that this place is in jeopardy." And Kaito says, yes, but these things here, this piece of technology can offer us a way to generate some revenue. And don't you find this code fascinating? Aren't you a computer hacker yourself? And so one computer is just as good as the next. I can buy a droid with my money. Look, he was extremely useful. He got the Nightingale off the planet. Making copies of him doesn't really seem smart, even though it'll make you some money. All of these prints will just arouse more suspicion. He is a wanted man. He is a wanted synth. And Kaito, as he says that, Urbz walks away. And he yells over his shoulder, "Just do it. Just wipe him and then, recycle him for parts." And Urbz walks out of the room. And Kaito looks directly into Monium and he taps him on the head. As you hear that? Should I destroy you? And he goes back to work. He's like, "Do you want to live or don't you want to live?" And he's like, "That's the fundamental question we all ask each other, isn't it?" This code is extremely interesting. It keeps refactoring itself and improving on its own. I'm actively fighting what looks like anti-intrusion software, but like taps him. You're not even on. It's like, if I can figure out what's going on here, maybe I can help my friend back there. And in the back of the room, you see the splayed image of the corpse that he brought with him to the island. It's been a while. I think he's functional, but you might be holding the key to some of his failings, or some of my technological failings. If I can only reverse engineer it, all the engineers who made you are dead, and you shouldn't even exist yourself. But this code is extremely valuable, and a perception of it. You see some schematics pop up in Kaito's viewer, basically a reflection back into him, and it's not like any code you've ever seen, and it's almost as if Monium's operating system made up its own code for protection, and is running its own sort of like operating system. And
I'm not going to make notes. So, because eventually when you're done with that, I would want to look at the code and try and figure out, is it like, was it written or was it AI'd?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I was saying, you're in that right now. So some of what you see in the glasses, you kind of see schematically underneath the files you're accessing, but like, it's like, you're like, I don't need it. It's irrelevant, but like odd, you know?
Okay.
Fucking weird. And he says, look, he leans into Monium. He goes, let's see if your operating system is as robust as I think it is. Not going to destroy you, but you're not going to remember this. Dunk. And as the lights fade out in Monium, he goes, see you soon. And the image goes black.
Do it.
So I want to do two other things: is look for any malware, any bugs, anything that he dropped in Monium, perhaps maybe tracking. And then also the other thing I'd want to look for is, when's the last time like any of his memory around the Nightingale was also accessed?
All of Monium's memories around the Nightingale are just images. There are no videos. There's no metadata. That was wiped to protect the Nightingale and the Mars colony. Yep. Because when you were on Mars, Monium was the only one who was able to go there, because he was a synth and you guys weren't.
Okay, so I can feel fairly sure that, and again, you were looking at this, right? So,
but what does it even mean? I mean, we know Monium is alive. He's sentient. His code is
creating new code.
This code is alive.
Is it his way, his conscience's way of creating an immune system?
I think so.
Am I conscious while they're scanning the videos?
So when they were accessing your memories, your eyes were projecting, kind of like Save Us Obi-Wan, that video image. Now that image is disappeared, you're back, but you're still plugged in and lying on the table.
And ready to do it again. Okay, cool.
So yeah, you're awake.
I can only infer we need to find Urbzs. I don't know why he wanted me wiped. Maybe we should dig further. It's the only way we may find an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I have questions for Urbz, that's for certain.
Questions is a good word.
I mean, look, I mean, he's done us right. So, except for this one thing where he threw us into Tokyo to be picked up by a gang lord. But
9 times out of 10. Great.
But that one time out of 10, he tried to kill Monium. And let's not mince words, he was killing Monium.
And leisurely mass-produced me. But that's not even their end game. Not a reference. I'm saying not.
I don't even know what is. I mean, yeah, we need to find Urbz. We need to ask him what is going on. I thought we were heading to Tokyo to like relax and have a vacation away from Mars, but being thrown into this, right into a gang.
I thought we came to Tokyo to work because we're out of money.
At that and find somewhere that isn't Mars to live, since we can't go to San Francisco.
Yeah, because of the explosions and whatnot.
And I strongly suspect that with the explosions and all the sirens that we can hear outside, we're going to have some difficulty here now, if they figure out it's us.
I hear Johannesburg is nice.
I
hear it's quite terrible.
Perception checks, everybody.
That is what I have heard.
Okay. Is this based on hearing or sight? Because one of those will be a disadvantage for me.
Doing it.
Damn it.
Sight, yeah.
Elemental P perception. There we go.
Sight?
Yep.
Actually take.
Oh, never mind. It's a different.
Hey, dirty 20 still.
No, that's not a disadvantage.
Oh, that you get one more.
Yep. I was checking to make sure it actually did. 14
All
even
right.
a disadvantage isn't terrible.
Yeah.
It's good.
So
22.
Ryoga and Monium, out of the corner of your eye, you notice the geishas and the security guard kind of murmuring to themselves.
With that perception, can I, as a robot, hear what they're saying?
Tune into them?
Maybe being a robot helps this? I don't know. You tell me.
Turn up the sensitivity in your ear mics.
Yeah, like a hearing aid. It should work.
Yeah.
Give me a luck roll.
12.
Plug in your USB.
Okay.
Just straight 20. Let's see.
Boom.
That one.
Oh God.
I jam a thumb in my ear. I say nope.
Fail on a saving throw.
Through your ear.
I should respect their privacy.
So you are trying to acutely dial in, and what you wind up dialing into is like 100 meters past them, and you hear the sirens and the explosion across the street. But you still
Your
notice
sexy saxophone.
You still notice them visually.
Cool. I murmur, this is what pain would feel like. God. What do you
I'm gonna walk over to them because are they all synths or was there
No, they're
No,
humans.
they're human. They're human.
Oh, the geishas are human?
Yep. Some are human, some are not.
Huh, I
But
thought the locations were synths.
The two in there with you are human, and the security guard is like cyborg essentially. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I'm actually gonna go over there and just say, you guys hear and see a lot, right? Do you know where I might find Urbz or Kaito?
He was across the street with us by saying.
Maybe.
If that video and the security guard, they were sitting against the table, and she kind of stands up, and she's like maybe an inch taller than you, but she's like, she's in heels. If that video is an accurate representation, you guys might have been. If that video is an indicator of where Kaito is, while you were listening to the message, I was looking at the workshop. Quite the messy setup as opposed to what we have here, I'd say, and not something I would attribute to a genius. Wherever he is, they don't have him working at full capacity, which is probably why the Moniums downstairs are kind of low grade. And there's really only one place he could be, given the sky. Did you see the sky? And they all kind of like, yeah, I saw the sky. They're somewhere in the Forsaken.
That sounds delightful.
Yeah, if you bing it, yeah. Give me. You gonna bing it?
To run my memory, I will Bing the Forsaken. The what?
We're finally episode 12. We're getting used to what it's like to live in a. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited. All right. So when you Bing it,
what's the role for this?
The Forsaken. There's no. Should I make it a roll?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Either way.
It's a search
Technology.
engine.
Yeah,
Technology.
actually,
Search engine.
Bing's always right. So yeah, there shouldn't be a role for it.
You get a bunch of Urban Dictionary stuff on the Forsaken Japan and all this other stuff. But what you see is it's basically a wasteland. It's like the Badlands outside of the city in San Francisco.
I was wondering.
And there's no environmental barriers outside of the wasteland. So you know that Tokyo has gotten essentially sort of like a sonic shield that keeps all the negative radiation out of the mega city. And going into the Forsaken, there's a bunch of mutations of people, of animals and plant life. And also it's highly radioactive. So any long-term exposure in the Forsaken means you're probably going to wind up poisoned.
Do we need like vault suits or something?
Nice. Bottle
Yes,
caps.
a vault suit might be useful, but it also might force you to stand out in a place where everything is literally trying to kill you.
Can we take a guess at how long we have without that suit?
Yeah, and if there's any sort of like pill or anything that we can take, like iodine for
vitamin C.
I've got antitoxins, but I need those for my workers here. I can spare one, and you've got a bunch of problems. You got the problem of getting out of here unseen. You've got the problem of getting to the Forsaken because the mag train just goes as far north to put you on the perimeter, so you're gonna have to hoof it once you're at the end of that train line. And then where in the Forsaken they are is beyond me. I do have a guess though.
I was going to say, surely there aren't that many settlements or places where someone like Kaito could work.
No, and it makes sense that someone as famous as Kaito would need to leave the city or else be recognized.
How are they delivering the Monium so fast? I mean,
Kagami boys are probably in and out with shipments. We got ours secondhand, so we don't know where they're delivering from.
Interesting. So if we hadn't destroyed their place, that's just weird.
Oh, the tangled webs we weave.
if we hadn't blown the place up. You're listening to yourself, right?
That was all Ozo.
I was going to say, that wasn't exactly us.
I feel partially responsible all the time for everything that burns down.
It happens a lot.
It's a bit of the Emma bleeding over there.
Yep.
And from the back, Vlund, who's also with you in the room, raises their hand and says, I have no interest in going wherever this person is. I just want to get back to North America. Is this something you can help me with? And she looks to him and she essentially says, how much money you got? And then she looks at you guys.
Well, we would have had more, except somebody bet against us.
Yeah, accidentally.
Hold on, though.
Betting is confusing.
Out of character, didn't we make a deal with the security lady that if we destroyed the building across the street,
we would get
that we would get paid a fairly hefty sum?
Yeah.
Did we, out of character, did we come to an agreement on that price? No, probably not, because she didn't expect to see you guys again.
Right. So it was basically like, here, take 10,000 wonlons or something, and then we'll discuss the rest when you get back.
So I turn and say, consider that our payment, getting Vlund at least out of Tokyo on his way to North America. If you'd be so kind.
Easy. We need more than that. We need to get out of here. We need to get into the Forsaken Lands. We need a map of the Forsaken Lands or a guide and more weapons and more EMP grenades because man, those things are magic.
Is there any way we could set up a vehicle at the end of the train line?
A vehicle.
I have no connections out there. I can get you to the edge of the train. I do think I have an idea of where they are. Firstly, deal. If that is indeed the deal, we're even. We'll ship him back to North America.
I turn to Vloon and say, "Is that what you want?"
Yes, thank you.
Then we're square as well, Vloon.
And he nods, and he walks out. Yeah, he turns around really quickly. He goes, "I think you'll need this," and he hands Deja 2 nanopacks.
Seems likely. Thank you.
And he walks out. He kind of slowly walks, shakes his head, but walks out, and you guys are with him. He goes back downstairs to the bar.
So I essentially have pocket change, 6,000 wong longs. Is all I have.
Excellent.
Well, I think we're apt for another deal, because this was a Kagemi Boys hideout, but not their HQ. And it's been rumored that they operate in the Forsaken at Fukushima.
How's that doing these days?
Yeah.
Probably.
Since all of us know where Fukushima is, we're in Tokyo, right? So we're in Tokyo proper. So it's probably like, if it's a bullet train, it's like 2 hours north or whatever. Okay.
I'm going to say you bing that, but yeah.
Okay.
It's the 15th article, but we got it.
Bing is not, anyway.
So, I mean, oh, man.
I'd be wary. Neither of them look like prisoners. And if it is a Kagemi Boys stronghold, you'll have the radiation to contend with, but likely also a decent amount of mechs. But that's neither here nor there, because it's easier to get your friend to the US or to get you back to Mars than it is to get to the Forsaken. Especially because our train lines run like clockwork and are very security.
Or, well, let's first off, is it illegal to get to the Forsaken?
No.
Suspicious, I'm sure.
It's very suspicious. People take their chances out there after they've run their luck in here. But you never see those people again.
Got it. So as long as we're not caught in Tokyo or caught in questions in Tokyo. Speaking of which, didn't I do that the last time before we left, was try and wipe out the information that the police have on us? I feel like that was something I either wanted to do or would do.
If you did, you probably did it for Japan, Tokyo proper. Not for the entire world, because the U.S. authorities are wise to you being in Japan now. So they've probably updated their records.
I have an idea.
Oh, God, what?
If you hack the planet, we can...
God, is that what's on your T-shirt?
The world.
Is that where you get your ideas? Is from T-shirts?
Hack the planet.
Hack the planet. Hack the. Okay, sorry. No movie talk.
So if you do hack Interpol and replace our images with other images.
That's genius. Could you be more specific?
Well, right now,
like what? Trees and dogs?
We actually haven't seen the news yet, have we?
No, you haven't. Yeah, you want to hack Interpol? The DC is 100, and anything less than 50 gets traced.
No, it would be the locals, just to make it would be locals, and it would be local video footage.
Well, here,
what's going on here? So Monium's still on the gurney. You're talking to the security guard about potential
ways out
travel to the Forsaken north of Tokyo. She tells you know it'll be about 2 hours.
Mhm.
The main problem you have is catching a train without being seen, but also getting paperwork to get on a train in Tokyo.
That's the problem that I'm trying to resolve here, is that not only the paperwork to get on the train because we didn't come into the country entirely legally, but also the fact that our faces now being plastered all over the news. Like, is there video footage of us coming up out of the cell or stuff like that?
You don't know that yet.
Okay.
I mean, no. Did we not see ourselves on some of the footage?
I thought we did because
that was Fight Club.
Well, no, because we came.
Yeah, it was me screaming.
Oh yeah, it was you.
We came into the bar. They were watching the news and then turned and looked at us.
So, so I once saw this. So I saw this classic movie where they had these rubber face masks, and they could put them on and take over somebody. You know, we do this, and then we get revolvers for everybody, and then then you can peel them off the last minute after you've done your monologue.
I think this idea requires great consideration.
I figure it's 2185. This technology has to exist.
And
you mean
like a makeup artist.
So you said that, and then she goes, and as does the security infrastructure to see past things like that.
There's got to be stuff. I mean, there's always new stuff. It's like scarves. Like, have you seen the face with on the side of the faces of the hood with the faces? Or like the scarf with like the pixelation pattern that almost looks like a face, but it's blurred.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Like people wouldn't have come up with that by now.
You got to roll a 20 and get the fortuitous circumstance first.
As you guys are talking, Monium walks upstairs, and he says he sees the Monium on the gurney, and he sees you guys in the group. Would anybody here like something? A frosty beverage? Is everybody good?
Please leave, Monium.
If it's on the house, I would definitely love a soda.
One soda.
Kind of feeling like a grasshopper.
I will bing that. I don't know what that is.
Is this the time?
One grasshopper, one soda, and he turns around to leave.
I'm also feeling very suspect
Monium.
that like Monium just rolls into the
the I actually want to go up to him and go, hold on 1 second. And I want to look at his head and his face and see if I could wear it as a mask.
No.
Give me a perception check.
Oh my God, we're gonna be for Vendetta this.
No, he's gonna Dunder Mifflin this.
21.
When Dwight does it.
So behind Monium's face, you do see sprockets where you can take the face off and potentially have it sit over yours as a mask. But with the 21, you also notice that the port that Monium is currently plugged into also exists on the back of this one's neck.
Oh, interesting.
But it's not the same as every.
But wait. Monium. Do you mind if I do a software update on you?
I think he means diagnostics check.
Yes, a diagnostics check on you. After you bring me that soda.
Deception roll, please.
Actually, I want the grasshopper first. Let's make sure we get. I need a little ice cream and creamed mint.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Do we have one of those to spend?
As you.
Do we want to spend one of those?
Yeah.
I'll do it.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, it's not an Amy.
You roll the same thing twice.
He's consistent. You got to give him that.
That bit was wasted.
I voted.
One more time?
No, stop messing it up.
Security guard comes up behind you, and exactly what are you planning to do with my Monium here?
I would like to see if there are also perhaps videos that show the location of its path and how it got here.
By all means, as she points to the gurney.
So let's wrap up this Monium.
Okay.
All right, so Amy unplugs
I
the
feel
real
like there was
Monium.
more- I feel like there was more before the memory wipe scene, but yes, and I'll unplug.
And you guys sit down. You lay the Monium down and you plug this one in. You notice immediately that the software framework is the same, but like the language is like not the shit swimming around our Monium's head. And do a hacking roll.
Cobalt.
Nobody knows COBOL anymore. I'm gonna go get a grasshopper.
Hacking roll.
I need your help.
I'll be back in a second. Plug it in.
Plug it in. Plug it in.
No.
All right, Amy goes to get a Kuroga goes to get a grasshopper.
These
I'm
gonna
join her.
delicate hands.
You're a cyber surgeon. Figure it out.
Hacking. Here we go.
Disadvantage, Thomas.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. You get a card, but it said
Look at
disadvantage.
that card.
24.
24.
Dude.
I wanted Amy to come back and have it at disadvantage because she's. But you get to re-roll a skill or attack. That's a good one.
Okay. Free advantage on that.
So, as they leave you to it, it's just you and Monium and the security guard standing around. You guys split the party. I don't know. Kuroga and Deja are downstairs with Vlund as they help themselves to drinks. And you pull up schematics. Basically, GPS was turned on this thing the entire time. And you see that there is a port not too far from where you came in that they use to transport these Moniums by sea.
All right. That seems like a much better idea. Monium.
What are you? But what's the?
I'm a much better Monium than this Monium.
That remains to be seen. We are both equals.
I highly disagree. I have lost a close friend, and I believe the term is upset. I'm dealing with this.
That is impossible. You, if you're like me, do not feel emotion.
I seem to have a minor malfunction due to the confusion of Urbzs' whereabouts. Why am I telling you this? Please, Ryoga.
Yeah.
Continue to
Thank
scan
you.
him.
Thank you. I'm gonna go and erase the last 2 minutes of
dialogue.
Thank God I went to go get my own drink because I would have never gotten my goddamn drink.
Thank you.
So
I just back it up to I will get you a soda.
You pull out you basically isolate these images, these schematics, and you know that you can play them back through your Monium whenever you want.
Can I plug them into my computer,
or plug them in? Yeah, it's kind of like a universal drive, and it shows basically latitude, longitude of where you need to go. And if you put that into your Neuralink, you could use it to guide you.
Well, that I think is the way to do it. I wonder if there's. We are going to have to lay low at least for a little bit. Maybe get some new clothes for me. I mean, I can still hear the sirens outside.
Is there any way to escape this facility underground?
No, but a car is going to cost a lot more than you have. If you have the destination, and a car wouldn't take you all the way there.
Is there still a bounty on any Monium's head?
Oh yeah.
There's not.
Yours.
Yes, but
yeah.
Will they
Ozu
know
and,
it is me? And I gesture.
I don't think anybody outside is going to know who you are, but they are going to know who we are.
But wait, no, that requires us to turn in our own reward for ourselves. Unless we can commission someone here to do it for us.
If anyone is
We can just go
looking,
over to Ozu and give you to Ozu.
if anyone is looking for you, they'd have to do a scan to figure out who you are. But at first glance, you're another Monium. You can wear a postal worker's outfit or a bartender's outfit.
Exactly, but can't we duplicate what's in my mind into this Monium for the time being for that scan, and maybe get some sort of reward to help us? This is too much, too many steps. I concur.
Ryoga gets the impression that that's a silly idea because it would easily stand up against security.
I will continue down Bing.
No, I mean, and I kind of, I don't let the Monium on the gurney hear this, but I'm like, Monium, that one's parts aren't like top notch. It's not. You wouldn't want to be in that one. It's bad.
I knew it. No, I didn't mean me in it. I meant copying me.
Oh, I was thinking of putting you in that one for a little bit.
I am experiencing upsetness again, and I really shouldn't.
Look, while we figure this out, I'd say that you guys are at least sheltered here. Rest up. It looks like you guys could use a little bit of that. Hopefully your friends downstairs don't drink me out of house and home. But I think we probably should do whatever we're doing tomorrow morning early. And you look outside, it's like 6 p.m.
We get up before dawn.
It's evening. Yeah. And she tells you that the mag trains start at 5 a.m. and go at 1. She'll look into securing ocean transport and also a car, potentially. But she'll see what she can do. And she ultimately says, I have these for you, if need be. And she pulls out holographic clothing and she hands it to Ryoga. And she says, here, try it on.
I will.
It's like a overthrow onesie jumpsuit. Yeah. And it only has one setting, though, fortunately. You activate it.
Turn it on.
You're a geisha.
Yes.
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 Oh, I'm so upset we're not there to see this.
You are.
Your face is still you, but everything else is a geisha.
Monium, take pictures.
Is it makeup or
no? No. Like everything. So like it's a jumpsuit, and when you activate it, the hoodie kind of like goes around your head. So your head it's like one of those green screen people. So your head is very much exposed.
Ryoga, you are beautiful.
2 options.
Yeah.
I could make you up, or we could put a mask on. I don't know. Sleep on it.
Is there any way to change the code of the clothes? Different.
No, clothes are the way. So you look at it and you see the way that it flows, right? You wouldn't exactly put someone in that in like shorts, right?
Yes, I see that. That would be insane.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
You look beautiful nonetheless. I think you should take pride in this. Because I will never let you forget the beauty of this moment.
I just have a question. Does he have like the shoes and he's bound and he can't walk very like big and he's got to like shuffle and the whole thing?
So
do that.
He'd have to perform that, but he looks like it. Yeah.
I am probably better off stealing some clothes off of some kid outside.
I think
talking to
you are
Monium.
Suitable as you are. Here, if you are tired and wish to get more comfortable in your attire, walk towards me, and I shall conduct the memory scan.
I thought we were still doing that on the other Monium.
The other Monium's still plugged in, but I totally missed what you were doing. What are you doing?
I said I'm trying to get him to walk towards me so he gets that performance roll thing.
All right,
I'm trying to get him to stumble.
will.
I'm saying, hey, buddy, come over
Turn it
here.
back on. Turn it back
so
on.
good.
You're
look
gonna
so good
practice your
standing.
strut. All right, let's see it. Two.
Wow.
One.
so
Give
happy.
me a 1d6.
It'll fall on your face.
You fell. You totally fell.
You aimed for your teeth when you hit the ground.
5.
For 5, yeah, you tripped over the part of the suit and you hit your knees hard on the floor. And the security guard goes, it requires some practice.
Right. Turn it off. I'm like,
You just lost 5 hit points?
yeah. I stubbed my toe into this Monium.
It's perfectly fine.
All right.
Our lowest
so
moments.
I'm gonna go unplug the other Monium. I think we're done. Thank you. Thank you. If you could get me a soda, that'd be great.
I have. I will get on it, or you can join us all downstairs. But I can bring it to you.
All right. Let's. Oh my God, there's stairs. Let me try this.
You turn it off.
Shall you
turn it
my
off,
hand?
and it kind of gets a little bit looser. Like it starts to.
Oh, come on. I wanted him to fall down the stairs.
No.
Roll for stair.
Monium, go downstairs. And then.
Okay.
No. Yes, you too. I will meet you downstairs.
Command this one. I am with you.
Okay, go downstairs before me. And at one point go, oh, what's that on the stairs? And I'll come down and then we'll see how good I do.
Normally, I would say you cannot command me. But I am definitely going to do this.
That is.
Please, tell me the moment you come down.
She goes and she searches through some drawers and she can't find anything. So she takes the mask off of one of the geishas who is not done up in any way. It's just like a mask. And she puts it on you and it has that rubbery appearance and it sort of adheres. She massages it in place. She goes, let's see if this works.
Okay.
So everyone's downstairs except for you and the security guard and the geishas. Everyone downstairs at the bar
Roll perception.
is watching what we played as the pre-show show. And now you know that like you are famous, if you didn't already know already, but you behind there, what you see on the television is an apprehended Phoenix Simon. He's coming out of the rubble and he's swinging his stun baton. And the cameras are fighting to kind of get in his space. And like there's a commotion here and he's clawing out through the rubble. And the police robot mechs jump on him. And they basically arrest him, put him hand behind his back. And he's screaming out things and obscenities as he walks away. And he's like getting in people's faces and the camera kind of comes up in front of him and he does his, and the home of the brave right into the camera. With that, he puts a shoulder into the camera guy and pops it back into the camera guy's eye. The camera falls to the floor and you see Phoenix Simon, in one jump, take the handcuffs from behind his back and put it in front of him. He hops in a police car and he is skating down the streets of Tokyo. He is gone. Yeah. And now there's a police chase and a serial killer on the loose in the streets of Tokyo.
So we're just small potato. Yeah, we're small fish now in the big sea
fish
crime.
for the moment.
Yeah.
So you're watching all of this on TV as Ryoga comes downstairs, dressed as a geisha.
As a geisha comes downstairs.
Perception check. I'm so excited.
And I will let your perception checks dictate how the rest of the world sees you. So
just so that we can
Kuroga and Geisha.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what was that? Performance?
Awesome.
Oh my God.
One. I'm probably going down.
Ryoga.
Whale.
Die.
There's like a hole cut out in
20.
the front
Nice.
of the Twitch.
1d6 after making a saving throw. Thomas,
I imagine
you
I'm
got
still
that
rolling.
re-roll. You got that re-roll. So
Oh
right
yeah,
now,
yeah.
Let's do it.
now Deja is convinced you're geisha, and Ryoga knows her brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hiroga.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hiroga.
So 19.
No plus to that. Oh man.
Nope.
So reroll skill or attack gone.
And I kind of come down the stairs. I'm like, hello, hello.
That's terrible.
No.
You know you're insulting other people's cultures, right?
You have to like with like a 19 and a 20. You're kind of like you can.
I'm kind of like
Honestly, that sounded like Mickey Mouse.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was offensive.
I was about
Only
to say
to
that-
Mickey Mouse.
That's
It's
the
not
only
that obvious.
giveaway is his dumb voice. His dumb I'm trying to be dumb voice.
Okay.
That's what gives it away. Is the haha.
Some imagination.
So the security guard comes over and says, so what? Yeah, she notices that Deja basically doesn't even give it a second glance, but she goes, "What gave your brother away?"
His voice. I know when he's doing a dumb voice to be dumb. You know, it's like
Scanning for
I go
dumb voice.
party now. Ha 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 ha. Like that's
When
pretty
do I ever do that?
yesterday.
Frequently.
She says, "Good note. If this is gonna work, we're gonna need you to shut it."
Yeah. Got it.
Very traditional, mostly submissive, no talking out of you. I think you can play that role. Yeah.
Finally.
Okay. I've got one for each of you, but I think that one's costume might need to be a little different. Not much of a market for 6'5" geishas.
I was gonna say, is she pointing at me because
Yeah.
I'm not giving up the power armor either way.
Well, is it make sense for all to be geishas? Because I do have my own hologram clothes that I can change into whatever I want. The question is, should I be a geisha as well?
Geishas are almost as common as moniums at this point.
Okay.
It's your decision, but the Amazon is going to be the problem now.
Well, but we could, what is typical for, so if it's 2 geishas, ammonium, and security, would that be a feasible traveling package?
Some muscle, yeah.
Okay.
Well, and assuming that, well, do you have other masks that are like the one that he's wearing that could change my appearance? So because all anyone can see of me in the armor is my head and face anyway. So if I can change that so I don't look white.
I wonder if my helmet, as I kind of look around my pack, can be adjusted to fit.
That would work.
I'll
Just cover the face entirely. And she kind of goes up to your arms and she like examines the tattoos.
I mean, it's like full on power armor. Doesn't that cover the arms as well?
I don't know. Does it?
It's a battle armor. Hang on. Is there a picture?
I was going to say, hold everybody.
What
We'll
page
look
is it
into
on the book?
Yeah.
I don't have it open at the moment.
Too busy Lysol wiping them.
Preparing them for shipment otherwise. God, I hope I like did a nice thorough wipe down because it is all over my bed.
I don't think it should stay
What,
on service as long
Who
as
are
a
we,
couple
who are we
hours.
speaking, who are we
So
speaking with?
So it's page 74.
Which one? The bottom right, right?
Well,
Or
so
the bottom
that's
left.
so that's the TCE body armor. I don't think there's an actual picture of like the full battle armor, which is the biggest one and costs like 1.5 million wonlons.
That's the helmet.
Sorry. Yeah, that's the light helmet. Like just you're just wearing a helmet.
So with the sleeves that are on the TCE body armor, I could imagine very easily the battle armor going all the way down to the wrists, but I leave that to your discretion because there's not a picture.
I'm gonna say that no, but like as she holds up your arm, you sort of roll out some cloth and cover it.
Yeah, because I still have the holographic clothes.
Yeah.
So I can change it to be whatever it needs to be underneath there.
And
Okay.
Hiroga, if we modify your helmet, does it have a voice actuator to change Deja's voice? Because Deja can speak the language. And you and I, as geishas, won't speak.
Yeah.
So she would do all the talking for us.
And in Japanese, she turns to you because you've been speaking in English this whole time. She says, "You speak Japanese."
I do.
That is perfect then. Yeah, as they're you were transporting cargo from one end of the city to the Forsaken. Why? I don't know, but we have a cover for you. Okay. For the voice actuator, I don't think it'll be too difficult. Let us take a look at that. Maybe we can change the pass through on the audio for the helmet. Okay. But like I said, get a good night's rest, because we're gonna leave at dawn.
Gladly.
All right.
I am exhausted.
There are rooms in the
Yeah.
basement. You can, these lounge chairs or these lounge sofas are extremely comfortable. Wherever you need, I will rouse you when it is time to go.
Yeah.
As soon as she's out of earshot, I like hit Monium and be like, "Can you blue light a bed for me before I lay down tonight?"
It is black light, and yes.
Luck roll, Amy.
So hang on, luck is just straight 20.
Yep.
I
The whole room
just
better not be
do-
plastic.
Oh.
I want to
17.
leave.
17. You see there's an area where you see that is completely no glows, but then there are segments of corners of the room where you see fluids, different types of fluids. You recognize one is blood and the other is semen.
Any pee
The
or poop in
blood-
there?
No urine, but the blood corner looks as if the wall, it's been smeared into the wall like someone cleaned it with a sponge.
Oh,
Someone did not know how to use bleach.
they'll figure it out.
Okay,
One
I'm
When
day.
the black light is off, it looks totally clean. It doesn't look,
I will be erasing that from my memory.
Actually, no, save that until I get in a good spot, and then
Like
I already sent the image to everyone.
Thanks.
send it to the newspaper. Just be like, "Here, just in case you're gonna go to this bar."
I'll rat them out later.
Yeah, this is a Yelp review.
Yep.
Well, if we're all staying up here, I don't want to split the party. I would prefer to be in rooms so we can secure doors at least. Because I don't like the idea of being this close to the street with like one door between us and whatever's going on out there. But
Yeah, I mean, what was our option down in this basement?
Yeah.
that's what she was saying, was that there are rooms
Yeah.
available in the basement.
I think we take that.
I agree. And maybe double up.
Are you
Yep. Black
sure?
light it.
As you blacklight it on the way down, you notice that the smear wipes extend down into the basement as well. Like the person who they needed to escort off the premises, out of the premises, they disposed of him, however, inside the basement. As you walk further down into the basement, you see a clear bedroom to the left, and then to the right, behind a closed door, you see the black light trail go into that closed door.
I detect the cleaning lady used the same sponge for all of this. But it leads this way.
What does that room look like?
It's a bolted door. It is a
okay.
wrought iron door. It's a
room.
it's a keep out door, right? Like
Yeah.
you're not like, is this the bathroom? Like, no, it's definitely not.
All right.
I'm not sleeping in there. Thanks for.
Well, okay. I do think that we need to take watches. I don't think this is, they're
Sufficient.
doing right by us, but
Mhm.
you never know when somebody else is going to come in. So I couch it that way just in case anyone is hearing.
Is there?
Listening.
Can we look around? Is there an exit down here? Is there a second exit?
Perception. Everybody, perception.
Noise.
Under the piece.
Yeah.
That sucked.
Navigation.
Nice.
24.
Oh my god. Why is
Ooh. Oh no, that's not good.
There we go.
16, 24. So Deja, you notice that one way in, one way out.
Yeah.
Thomas, you notice, and you keep calm about it, that the camera in the room is following you guys as you walk around. So you kind of like notice it out of the corner of your eye.
Okay.
So the distrust that you have of them, they also have of you.
Fair enough.
right.
Is it one room that we would be sharing downstairs, or are there?
One room, 2 beds. It's like a mini apartment. It's like a studio apartment.
Okay. Then
Is there a chair?
There's a sofa. So someone's on the floor.
I shall take the floor.
I was gonna say.
I only require an outlet and 4 hours. I shall be sufficient.
And if we want to keep watchos, you know, taking it 2 hours at a time is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I can take a majority of the time, depending on how we divvy it up.
I mean that's up to you. I don't want to take advantage of the fact that you only need 4 hours of rest.
Everybody sleeps as they need to.
So we could do
All right.
1 hour each, and you could do, or however we do this.
I'm not doing the math. That's why I'm staying away from it. Ironically.
All right. I'm gonna.
So it's only like 6 o'clock at night, right?
Yeah. So it is like early, but you guys have an early start, and you've been up this entire time.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would probably just get a meal and hang out. You know what I mean? Because I'd probably be asleep in a couple hours.
You
That does
remember
DoorDash.
seeing a
Right.
vending machine upstairs stocked of Frisco's finest burritos and noodles.
Maybe a burrito, maybe not.
Oh my
maybe
God!
another.
I've got 6,000 long longs. Let's see what we can do.
Oh man, a burrito would be real nice.
Now's the time, not the time to tour the city, I don't think. Yeah.
No.
So, yeah, I definitely want to get everybody a Frisco's finest burrito out of that.
Yay.
You can.
Okay, 51 long or so. I don't know what the cost is. I'm trying to think of like that digital billboard. But you guys are taking it down for sleep with your watches.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Awesome. And that's where we're going to take our first break. The gang is
Wrong one, Thomas.
resting since they've gotten to Tokyo. They have some. What was that, Aaron?
I was excited because you were like, we made it to the break, and I was like, yeah.
It's the Mario thing.
So you've got your disguises now. You got to figure out how you get to the Forsaken and where you go from there.
Oh God, you're making the person
Yeah.
who has no people skills do the lying. It'll go well.
We'll
I
figure it
can't
out.
make that spell.
Thomas can't spell the giveaway, but I think we should do it now.
Yes.
Should we do it now?
We will
It's
do
only
it now
right.
before anybody raids us. Hashtag
Hashtag
chaos.
Hashtag chaos.
Right now to
Yep.
win
The book.
2185
So pretty.
book. I hope you cut the box.
Hashtag chaos. Hashtag chaos in the chat.
Yes.
Do it now.
And
Hashtag
what's
chaos.
awesome about the book is that the bad guys are in the back, so it's a little cheater.
It's a great little cheater thing.
when like Warren pulls out, it's like, oh, you see this mech suit. I was like, you mean like the mech challenge rating 8 on page like 356? He's like, shut up.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
All
shut
right,
it.
Let's all go use
Wait,
the restroom.
Plus it smells like new book.
It does. It
Such a
is
big
very
job.
pungent
Germany?
on the new book
Uh,
smell.
That's the
Printed in
Lysol.
Germany?
It
All right.
smells like D&D paper.
All right. So we are going to, we'll be right back.
Hashtag chaos in the chat. We're gonna make this. Welcome back, and congratulations to Lonely Yeti. Congrats on winning the Carbon Core Rulebook 2185. Yeah, didn't they? When's the last time they won? That's pretty quick turnaround time, isn't that?
Last month, with the new updates too, you can only win once per month, rather than once every 2 months of one item or another. We're just like, no, just once a month of anything.
They snuck right in, man.
It's okay. Yeah. It's okay, Warren. I totally understand. All the days are blending together for me too. I'm not entirely sure what month it is anymore.
I'm like, episode 12. You sure it's not episode 35? Like, oh my god, I don't know what's going on here.
Right.
But
looking at the Great Dane Society and the fact that it's like over episode 40 is like, holy cow.
Next episode is going to be episode 42. I was actually looking at the Great Dane Society episodes and going, oh my god, we switched over to the new cast at episode 14. And we're now at 4, and we're now coming up on 42.
I think that it's such a great group that everything really gels really well. So
yeah.
Hey,
congrats to GDS.
Hi.
High five.
Episode 42. Congrats to Thomas and Amy for keeping this thing running, keeping the lights on for us so that we can play these games with you. Thank you very much. And then thank you and congrats to our winner, Lonely Yeti. You should, I don't know. Yeah, we've done these giveaways before. Thomas will come or I'll go to him. I might need to get out of the house to deliver this to the studio anyway. But expect
Thomas is giving you a look, man.
No, I'll leave it at the door. I'll like soft toss it as I drive by.
I will give you an address and
you will
$10.
It is pretty dark in here, Hef. This is kind of how this is me at essentially 2 a.m. playing Apex Legends, right? The light of the screen is the only illustration that's coming up, illumination that's coming out. But back to the story. The team has now been woken up by a gentle rap at the door from the main security guard. And as you look at her, you notice that she is also wearing baggy holographic clothing, which she chaps at the door. And it turns into casual street attire with the heels, of course. And she says, transport's outside. Are you ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe we are prepared.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
the plan is we go on the mag train, which departs in about 30 minutes. Here are your identifications. 1, 2, 3, 4. Follow my lead. When I go in, I'll be the first one on the train. You'll insert the chip into the train to gain access, and then it'll tell you where your seat is. After that, don't talk to anybody until we get to the last stop. At the last stop, be the last ones off the train. Don't wait for me. Wait for me. Don't leave your seats. Just, wait for me. And that's.
Were we able to modify the helmet?
Oh yeah, that's right. And she snaps over to one of the geishas, and they bring in the helmet, and she goes, "Here, try it. Give it a try."
Like carefully put it on my head.
Bit snug. It fits.
Fits. Like tap my cheeks a couple of times to make sure it doesn't wiggle.
So if anybody asks, we're going to Chiba.
Chiba.
Say we're going to Chiba.
We're going to Chiba.
She looks at you and she says, "Shut." Remember, shut up. You must always shut it. Never talk. Shut up. And when she says we're going to Chiba, you hear it takes a little bit of time to distort, but it's a slightly deeper male voice.
Excellent.
Male Japanese voice. And you are, you should be ushering them through.
Okay.
And let's go. As she leads you guys up the stairs, you go out the front door. There is a Lux waiting, just kind of floating in front. And from outside appearances, you guys look like not VIPs, but like high-end clientele. Or a delivery to a high-end clientele is being made. But as you see across the street is a smoldering, fractured mound of a building where construction crews and cranes are working to pick up the rubble, and like it's dusty. People are wearing respirators. That building, the glow of that building, which was kind of like shiny black, blue, and purple, is now just like dull black and sooty. As the sun crests over, you are not the only one doing that, oddly enough. So,
I'm not at all surprised.
Nice.
So it doesn't draw any suspicion, but she says, "Yeah, it's a sight. Get in, hurry up." And she ushers you all into the Lux.
All right.
In? Yeah.
Yep.
No one.
Right.
I'm gonna keep talking until you guys tell me
Yeah,
to do
yeah,
something.
I don't
All right.
get to say anything. I just smile and go tee.
Commence cutscene.
With Tamago, let us know if anything is
Yeah.
borderline. All right, we are. Aaron comes. No. Bo would come the closest. Bo's actually spent time and speaks Japanese, so we have no one to bounce this off of.
Yeah.
But we are going to do this respectfully
Yep,
as we head.
When have we done anything respectful?
Try. We do try.
It glitched. She meant disrespectfully.
Every building I blow up is respectfully.
Wow. I did want to ask. I get the +1 boost to my AC from the helmet.
Yes.
Yee.
And I have my -1.
Sorry.
He more misses the look of the helmet than the
So
actual
as you
AC.
get in, you notice that the driver is a synth, and starts to want to have a conversation. But the security guard just rolls up the window to kind of cut them out, which is the signal to shut the fuck up.
I'm going to practice shutting up.
Yeah.
You see that? Do that. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to be just like focused on looking out and trying to just figure out things and landmarks and.
Okay. So
as we drive.
As you drive, you basically get a view of the entire city. As we head over, let me remove some of these guys here.
Yeah, and I'll be doing much the same. And like we got an overall map of Tokyo, and I just want to see if there's anything interesting to mark on my HUD.
So you see the cyber cafe that you started at, and you see the bar, and you see some live music areas. You see very notable corporations in the lights, from Sod to Tusk Industries. The city is glowing But you notice that it's becoming more sporadic and a bit slummy as you head to the train station. But you notice also that it is extremely clean, even what you could consider the slums. And people are, give me an intelligence check, everyone.
Okay.
Bloop.
12.
Okay.
Bloop.
5.
Oh,
All right. So
20.
I got a
Kiroga is just kind of spacing the clouds. Oh wow,
Yep.
look at that. Tokyo's amazing.
Yep. It is.
And everyone else is kind of noticing. Kiroga, your performance is going to be at disadvantage. Everyone else is kind of noticing and acknowledging the manner and the pace that people walk, kind of like the walking lanes and sort of like the regimented sort of like behaviors that would help you sort of blend in with people, but you're just like dumbfounded by
Pretty lights.
Tokyo in the land of the rising sun. Looks beautiful under the rising sun, and like very much so.
we have inspo. Just saying.
Should I?
I would love for you to not be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me give it one more go. Oh, there
21.
we go.
Looking up, Deja kind of like adjusts your view, grabs you by the chin, and points out the window, looking at geishas like you going to and from places.
Mm-hmm.
Some you see are geishas, and some are wearing costumes as geishas.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, you pull into the mag train, and the guard goes, "Come with me. Don't say anything. Act like you belong here." So they get to a line and they queue up to load onto the mag train. As you get closer, you see that behind everybody, they slide in and they pull out, and then they like a number appears on their card, and then they go to that seat. So security guard comes in, goes in. Who's next through?
Monium.
I think it should be Monium, the geishas, and the security.
Agreed. And
Who's going in?
I proceed next.
Proceed?
Yeah.
So you put your card in, and it comes up with the letter E on it.
Oh.
Intelligence check.
Okay. Go brain. Oh man. Again? 11.
So you kind of look in there. So the door doesn't stop you. The door opens. Do you step in?
Oh man, that was my intelligence. I'm gonna look back for a sec.
The only people behind you are the flying car Funkadelic and some other people who are going to be impatient.
They probably wouldn't have perceived the letter on the panel though, right?
Perception check.
From them?
For you.
Okay.
Is that a card for me?
Nah, that's a card. That's a card.
Miss on an attack roll.
That's another thumb in my eye.
So
you guys see
Monium.
I sure did.
What are you doing?
Oh,
the door.
all right, go
you
forward.
Put your card in.
I
Okay.
move forward.
You move forward. You see that the security guard went to the right and over to his seat.
Okay. All right. So he didn't care.
The security guard that took you on the Lux went to the right and went to sit down.
Yeah.
There are empty seats nearby.
Yeah, but he wasn't inspecting me then. He wasn't like a...
There is no train conductor. You put your card into a turnstile and it gave you a letter.
Okay, I'm just gonna go sit with him.
Her?
I am going to stick my card in as well.
And it returns a number, and the number is over to the right.
All right, I will go and sit down in that number.
So you go and you are basically following Monium, but as Monium gets to the seat, she leans into you. She goes, "What the hell are you doing?" E. And she points to turn around, and you turn around, and you see a bunch of Monium standing single file
Yeah.
on the other side of the cargo hold.
Segregated transport.
But of course. Is there anything I can scan off this person or no?
What
Look
person?
at-
Who?
I don't know. No, I thought
Who
the
are you
person-
looking at?
The,
He's the
the
person
person
who-
in the chair who just. Never mind. I'm going over to
The
you.
security guard
With us.
Yes.
for the geisha club who's guiding you to the fucking thing.
He's the one who's been with us this whole time, mate.
Where? But maybe something else. Okay, I'm
I was
going
gonna
over
say,
to
do you
E.
need to see your picture again?
No, I'm good. Okay, actually, yeah, pop it up.
Get the fuck over there. She's talking through her teeth.
Yeah, but go to E.
Okay.
Wow.
And who's next?
Amy, I
I'm
think
going next. Yeah, because I'm next.
All right, what do you do?
Put it in, pull it out.
Card
What's my
number to the right.
Yep. Okay. Sit
and
down.
I copy exactly what they did.
Card number
check the number, walk over to it.
to the right. I was hoping that Monium would go last, but he went first. Yeah, okay. So the door closes. Everyone sits down in their seats. All the seats are packed. You guys are sitting 2 and 2 across from each other, and Monium is standing single file with the other Moniums.
Boy, that's an expression there, Aaron.
Simpler times.
And so in the internal comms, I just go, how stupid do those Moniums look?
And then I try and send the image of him as a geisha to all of us.
No, the one where he falls down. That image.
yeah, that one.
Mid fall.
Yeah.
It's like a
Copy
it's a
that, Monium.
GIF. Battle it out in the comments.
Don't start that one again, man. I'm not there
I
to
like
throw
it.
things at you.
Let them fight.
So 2 hours passes. Well, actually, about an hour passes. And you hear in Japanese over the comm the Chiba stop. And the security guard kind of looks at you guys and says, "Relax." You notice everyone else is getting up and walking out. And Monium is the only Monium left on the stand. So she looks down the aisle and she says, "Follow me." And she walks. She's walking at like a brisk tempo, but she's going towards the front of the car.
Following.
All right, I'm right behind her.
Okay.
Well, I'm bringing up the rear behind the other three, but right with them.
Okay.
That's our marching order, basically, from now on.
What?
That's our marching order.
Okay. So getting to the front of it, she goes to a car and she turns down all of the blinds and she locks the carriage door. You notice that no one else is there, and usually you would think that the train would go in the reverse direction, having reached the end of the line. But the train is at a slow pace. It starts to take off, and it's going on a single file track to, it's off of the main course, and you're starting to see some overgrowth, denoting that this train is leaving the mega city area and going out into kind of like the countryside. It's slightly tunneled a little bit, but outside of it, you do see some greenery. You do see some yellow and brown, and the sky doesn't mirror what you've seen at all, in terms of the memory of Monium's background image of Kaito and Urbzs.
So what does this guy look like?
It is bleak. The sky
Okay.
looks rancid. And the trees are definitely very like swamp ridden and dingy.
Gross.
And after about, a few minutes, she says, "Yeah, this is the state of our world."
Are there any cameras in here?
No, not in this car. There should be nobody on this train. This train now is going to a service yard, which is where I will leave you. You walk north, you follow your GPS, but I would quick step it because this environment is hostile to everyone. It is midday, Deja, but you realize that like you can see perfectly fine because it's kind of like murky and radiated and not exactly the blistering bright light.
It's not the clear open awful skies of the Badlands.
Yeah.
Should we change out of our disguises at this point to get through because how likelihood would a geisha be in a train yard?
I would wait until after you leave the train yard.
Okay.
To remove the costumes, yeah. And as she says that, you feel the inertia of the train start to slow up, and she raises one of the blinds, and you see a bunch of construction workers in like mini respirator hazmat suits, as they're kind of like guiding the train in and putting it into station. And she says, when I open this door, after we come to a full stop, slide out through the space between the door and just go until you don't see anybody and then start your trek.
Okay.
How bad is this radiation going to be?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know how
you have one antitoxin? I have one. That's two.
Do you know how long it is before people usually show effects?
Longer term, I wouldn't be out here by sundown. Then you'd probably start to see some poisoning effects. Short term, if you can find some sort of shelter or reprieve, you'd be fine. You could preemptively take an antitoxin, but I'd hold it until one of you starts to feel the effects, because if you're starting to feel the effects, it's gonna slow down your pace by a lot. It is not good.
All right.
I believe anyone of you three should receive it first before myself. I, out of game, can get advantage on checks to avoid disease.
Nice.
So heads up.
Mm-hmm. And can I just roll the P for perception wherever it is?
Oh my God! Oh no, that was Aaron. Okay,
oh,
perception.
That's
it's better than.
What were you rolling perception for?
If I come across any random masks, respirators, I mean, how big are these things? I'm assuming it's like a gas mask with a nozzle and a something, right?
Yeah, it's a self-containing habitat. Basically, it's a mouth and eye shield with a tiny little Sprite Coke Gordon Biersch bottle on the side.
Okay.
That is filtering air for you.
Okay.
She notices that you're looking out, and she's like, I mean, these people are formidable, but you could risk it and try to find a mask. But I think Fukushima is probably a 2-hour hike north of here, and maybe less if you're moving at an expedited pace.
Okay. If I came across one, I'm picking it up.
Okay.
Or I point it out. You know what I mean? I'll point it out to somebody to pick it up.
As the train comes to a complete stop, she looks at you guys and she goes, "You ready?"
Ready.
Mm-hmm.
And she points out what?
Lift up your skirt to run.
It's like, what are we talking about?
I'm telling.
Okay.
All right. So
Ryoga, you've got to lift up your skirt to run, otherwise you're gonna fall on your face.
All right. Right. Okay.
Man, I swear to
if
God.
we're running, I'm not gonna look like a geisha.
She said, "Look like a geisha until we get out of the train yard."
I think that she wants video of that.
I mean, to be fair.
I mean, if we're sneaking out of here, we gotta. I'm not gonna pretend to walk like a geisha. I'm just running.
Yeah.
Athletics check, everyone.
All right.
So I told you to lift your skirt up, you mentalist.
That's a 4. I might want something.
Wow.
So
That's not terrible.
the Monium with a 4. So you guys, she kind of ushers you out a little fast.
Monium's not the one with the 4.
I know. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Monium with the 11 stumbles as he gets the inertia, and the geisha with a 4 is gonna come clamoring down hard.
I think we got to spend one.
For me?
No, for
the 4 over here.
Damn it! I just wanted a better roll.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's up to you.
That will take us down to 3.
Yeah, and we might need some for poisoning.
14.
That's fine.
So you lose your footing, but you quickly regain it now, having fallen on your knees hard the first time. And you guys are in a soft trot into the woods. You start to see some thicket brush as you are kind of trotting along. The train behind you is slowly still moving, and you notice that the security guard is kind of looking up as you guys are going, looking through to make sure. Perception check, everybody.
Here we go again.
I can
14,
see. Oh, I can
20.
20. Who got the highest? 19. Monium.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Monium with 24. 23. Ooh.
Monium notices a small shack with the door open right at the edge of the bushes, right at the edge of the thicket. You guys are heading right to the bushes. Monium looks to the left and sees a shack, an empty shack.
Blake, can we make our way there subtly?
What are you trying to do?
I just want to go there and see it. Curious.
Everyone's in a full trot forward. The shack is about 100 feet, 90 degrees to your left.
A lot of feet.
With that roll, can I see anything abnormal about it on the outside of it?
It is an open door, small room.
It's a shack, eh? Okay.
It might have respirators.
Yeah.
I kind of send that to everybody else through our thing, and
while you send that, you hear the train is fully stopped, and you see people climb aboard, clearing car to car, but you also see people now on your side of the tracks.
Go to the
If we're going to check the shed, we need to do it very fast.
Yeah, I want to try and kind of stealth my way through the crowd, as if I want to make it look like I'm going forward, but I'm moonwalking backwards through the crowd, and I'm making my way to that shed. No, you say no. Why do you say no? I thought we could get to the shed.
You continue on.
So,
yeah, I want to see that shed, though.
Maybe I'm not painting the picture visually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to go for the bushes, and I comms to Monium, hang a right, just go straight into the shed, and if there's nothing there, just book it straight out and come meet us behind the bushes. And I just keep going for the bushes.
There's no crowd, Monium, yet. There's no. It is just. Insane. It is just empty pavement that leads straight to like thicket of bushes, where the pavement runs out, which is where they've gone. And she sent you a message to go to the shed.
Yep. It's like ditching at school. You just got to run for the bushes. Jump the fence and run for the bushes.
Then I'll just say, yep. And I'll step forward, and then I'll just book it back to the bushes.
You don't go to the shed?
No, I'm going to the shed, just past the bushes.
Walk me through what's happening.
I'm going to the shed.
Lord. Okay.
I said that originally.
I'm going to the bushes. He's going to the shed.
I'm going to the bushes. In the meantime, Duke Fleeg has given us 2 inspiration to the players. And Stilba has given
sanity checks everyone
an inspiration to protect to save myself from myself.
Boy, do we need it.
Yeah, no crap. Okay, so Monium, you're inside the shed. You see a lockbox with a big plus health symbol on it.
Oh, this seems obvious, but I want to investigate stuff. What that box is.
Okay, investigation roll, and time is of the essence, and I'm holding it against you in your roll.
Boom, got it. 14.
14. You open it up. It is not a respirator, but it is 2 shots of antitoxin.
Hey.
Cool. Anything else in the room? No.
The room is a computer and some paperwork and basically punch in, punch out digital cards.
Okay. All right. Fine. Yes, I'm leaving.
Athletics check again.
Come on.
Grab it and go.
Don't fail me now, legs. Shit. It's
10. As you are running out, you hear a hey behind you.
How far away am I from the train to just kind of book it to it?
You are equal. You are right in the middle of the train and the bushes.
Do we hear that?
I assume you guys are watching him make a run for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
With something in his hand. Yeah.
How
Do we hear the hey?
Yes.
do we see who yelled it?
You see somebody standing on top of the train. So someone was, doing maintenance and checking and seeing the Monium stumble out of the room.
How far away is the train from where we are, approximately?
100 feet.
Oof,
Just run. Let's get out of here. They're not going to chase us into the desert.
true. Run.
Damn
It's
it.
the principal.
Bloody
Go.
run.
It is. Damn it. All right. Yeah. And I run, but my head is facing the train, and I'm watching it as I leave. I need closure.
The guy is like, "What the hell?" He murmurs something under his breath about he needs to get out of the fucking wasteland here. This is taking a toll on him. He doesn't get paid enough. But you catch up with the team about 20 feet into the thicket, thinking that there's someone pursuing you. But he was just kind of like a vocal, hey. And you have 2 antitoxins now, which I think brings your total to
4.
4. Okay, shit. 4.
If the Sagawa sister gave us one.
She said she had one extra for us.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, because I had one, she gave us one, and now there's 2.
That's what I'm assuming.
Neat.
Yes. Yep. And Vloon gave you the nanopacks.
Yes,
Okay.
I have the 2 nanopacks.
As you venture through, you are walking in a direction.
All right, so we have the GPS up, and we have it marked on our GPS as what the latitude and longitude is for the place that we're going. So I imagine that we've keyed that in, and the GPS is pointing us in the right direction.
Okay.
Follow the blue line.
Who is leading the pack?
As we're going through the thicket, I think I need to because I'm big and can break the path.
Then you give me a navigation roll.
Oh, bloody hell.
And I'm back in regular, travel clothes.
13.
Can I argue for advantage because it's basically following a GPS line?
Is it Siri who's kind of got an attitude? Who's like,
no, it would be.
What can I do for you?
Turn left. You're like, there's a cliff right there. Yeah,
so the GPS, there's no roads out here, right? It's like following a GPS when you've gone off the trail in a hike, right? Like you're like, I think it's over here. But
it would be like looking at a compass in my HUD and getting pointed in that direction.
If I point you in a direction and I say walk in this direction for 2 hours, if you slightly veer to the right after 2 hours, you're kind of off course a little bit, right?
Yeah, but you don't do.
But that's the point of GPS.
You don't do it for the 2 hours. You keep correcting.
I'm gonna just pull up the GPS data that I have. Although it came in on a. It came in on a ship. The Monium that we found.
Yeah.
Or did it come in on the train?
It came in. It came on a ship, but you were able to see what the point of origin was.
Yes. Oh, and do you want to compare the two?
Yeah.
So you are off the GPS mark, but you are in between the 2 points. So you're cutting them right in half. Someone else, I'm going to say actually everybody make Constitution saving throws.
Woo. Oh.
Okay.
So
Not a fan.
fortitude, cool.
Yep, fortitude. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
fortitude. Hold on, that's the same.
Ooh, I got a 20.
Ooh, I
Not
got a
natural.
19.
Aaron,
Monium.
Monium with advantage. You notice that his joints are starting to deteriorate under the heat of the radiation.
With advantage though? Is
that was with advantage.
No.
With 13,
Oh no.
13 is with advantage.
That's with advantage.
No, but the first roll was a different check though.
Was a 14.
It was Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still
No.
didn't
Okay. Oh,
make
okay.
it.
We're counting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I counted all three. I would have given you that. Actually, I counted all three, but you did not
Oh,
make
we
it.
don't have a card anymore, right?
So
Do we have a card?
Do we?
you are out of cards. I have cards.
rolling a lot
1d6
of nat
fail. Yeah, I got 3 cards here.
Do we want to go? Do we want to try one?
I mean, he basically rolled 3 times and
I
still
know.
didn't get it.
Yeah.
4 times. 4 times the charm.
I
He's
bet the
primed for
fourth
a good
time's the
one.
charm.
Yeah, he's primed for a good one.
Well,
So Monium now has disadvantage on skills or attacks. He has not taken any damage yet.
He's poisoned.
Oh god, and he's frozen a little too.
He's a Tin Man. You got any oil for him?
Yeah.
We've got the antitoxin. I think as soon as we're in trouble,
We shoot him
inject
with
yourself.
Also, for the chat, not impossible to get lost with a GPS. How many times have you driven through Tahoe or somewhere and missed a road or something because the signal blacks out? So not impossible. Not
I'm
impossible.
talking about hiking where you're like,
area.
you're not going fast enough that you're like in a car. Like when you go hiking in Tahoe with a GPS, you go, okay, I need to go over there. And then you sort of weave just based on the terrain, how to get there. And you're constantly recorrecting and you're constantly looking at it and checking.
I think last time you and I were doing that, we got lost.
You quit. You quit on the GPS. You quit. That's no commitment.
The upside of hiking is that you can probably see the destination somewhere, whereas in the irradiated environment, you maybe have 600 feet.
Yeah.
But
So,
I would imagine that like we would use the GPS to like visually look for the 600 feet, mark that spot and aim at that, and then after 600 feet, just keep progressively being like that. We're going to that checkpoint and that checkpoint and that checkpoint.
Yep.
But I also admit that I'm someone who grew up in the wilderness, and so I naturally do something like that. I don't know if Deja has that same experience.
No,
I think
that is a good justification. I'm going to say it only delays you an hour. But I'm also going to Styleba. Thank you for the suggestion. Absolutely right. Enough radiation. The GPS is kind of screwy anyway. It's enough to damage machinery like Monium. It's going to screw up your GPS. Someone else needs to make a navigation check.
Didn't you do that or no?
Who has good navigation?
I'm decent. You and I are probably the same.
I'm a 3.
I'm a 3.
What do you have, Monium?
Are you kidding me? +4.
But you're at disadvantage, Monium.
Yeah.
Do you want to spend the inspiration up front?
No, because we should see what the first roll is. I mean, if I do it, I don't have to.
Thomas, do you want to go because you are not disadvantaged, and then because you also were the one who took the second GPS reading or whatever off the Monium?
I'm also a man, so I know directions.
Okay, you are too far away to just
Just ask the other driver. Just ask the other driver.
You are too far away for me to come and just like slug you in the arm.
And he says that as he looks at Deja's GPS tracking, and he goes, psst, and he kind of adjusts you guys into the right direction, and you walk for another hour right at the cusp of potentially feeling the sickness effect. Monium is still at disadvantage, but he has not taken any damage. But you notice that he's kind of like hot to the touch. And you come across, you start to notice once you're back on track that, like, oddly enough, there seems to be a dome container, like the sky in this certain area, as you start to see the remnants of the Fukushima fallout. The sky in that area is like pretty, like it's a siloed cone, but it's like pretty pristine. The sky is starting to clear up over there.
Who notices that?
I think
Yeah,
that's
you
where
all
we're-
notice it.
Yeah. Can Monium,
kind of
can you
obvious.
take a Geiger counter reading?
You
Whatever that
bet
is.
I can. Can I?
Give me a technology check.
Okay. Oh, cool. I boosted that. But disadvantage. 1, 2. I have to look at it.
Oof.
Ah,
3.
that's great.
So you look at the Geiger counter and you see it spiking wildly, but you see it's like it says excuse me while I try to Google something.
Can I give a wide range?
You have to bing
Like,
it,
More
Warren.
percent.
You
No,
bing
I
it's
bing it. I'm
millisecond.
sorry.
It could be 3 gigahertz or 40,000 gigahertz.
You look at it as what is it? 3
Milliseconds?
Millisecond, millisomething
Yeah.
or another.
milliblorps.
3.2 sieverts, and Bing returns a reply of not good, not bad. But you also know Chernobyl, shout out Chernobyl. You also notice that like Monium's malfunctioning, so it might not be an accurate reading.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to that area that looks clear,
Okay.
and then we'll fix Monium up before we go, because that's
Yeah.
that's an issue.
And it's straight wilderness. We're not like inside a.
We're not going to just open up and walk into somebody's
Backyard.
It's straight wilderness as you can
Okay.
see, but as you get closer to the fallout area through the thicket, you see a mass like whoever has done this has walled off this area in a circular pattern.
Okay.
Excuse me. But there's no signs of human life. As you approach, you come across one small abandoned sort of storage house looking thing. That is the only doorway through what you perceive to be this like massive wall.
I don't want to go through it. And when you say is it a massive wall or is it a massive dome? Does it look like a reactor that's been covered in like the construction cement dome, like they are doing realistically in Chernobyl? Like, is it reminiscent of that, or is it just a wall, like the Great Wall of China wall?
It's like the Great Wall of China wall
Okay.
out around the area where when you were coming through the hills, you could see down into roughly a little bit into behind the wall, and it looks pretty pristine back there and in there. But
Okay.
through the walls, now that you're standing on it, up on it, it's kind of like a walled civilization.
Oh, interesting.
And there's a little basically guard building that is part of the wall.
Yes, there's a basically the wall has this protruding square building from it.
But you said it's abandoned?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything in there.
Okay.
Let's. I guess somebody's got to take a look.
Mhm.
Do we have any sort of night vision or heat vision or anything, or jack?
What?
Like a car jack, you know.
I mean, I can see in low light, I can peek, but I'm also not very quiet.
I could be a guinea pig, but I'm not in the best circumstance.
You're not looking so hot.
What?
Well, actually, you are looking entirely too hot, and that's the problem.
You
I
can
could
hear
go
my
in
fan going
occasionally.
off.
Yeah, his fan is pretty loud.
I'm sure.
Is the equivalent of Bo's computer right now?
Like, is it literally like what my computer does every day? I don't know. Who
Let's-
wants to go in?
The
Because
door is
somebody-
unobstructed. It's open.
So
here.
I have a small mirror. Okay, I have a small mirror.
Okay.
I'm going to go. And I'm going to use it, and I'm going to look around and look for cameras or anything that I can see without going in the building as subtly as I can.
You only let me see this thing.
So I'm looking for cameras. I'm looking for sensors, traps.
So there is no so the protrusion from the wall is square. It comes out as kind of like a rectangular extension, but it's square, and there's only one entryway, and it's a dark, long hallway with stairs leading up. And when you try to put the mirror through, you can make out where the sun and the light, natural light from the outside, can shine through, but you don't see anything else. You see a door past that, but you don't see anything past the door.
Gotcha. I think Deja. So in the comms, I said, Deja, you're gonna have to use your night vision in here. I can't see anything.
All right, so I'll hold my hand out for the mirror so I can like peek through as well.
And when you do that, you look through into a room.
Nothing ominous about the fact that he has a battle map ready for this.
Yeah, and then it's all black.
I can't believe the whole stage is just happening on those stairs. That's crazy.
Also, I don't currently have control of my token.
What? Well, you're not going anywhere, so it doesn't.
I know, but I'm there, so just
right.
so you know now.
It's a mental thing. We're all upset by it.
Done. You should have control.
Yes. Cool. All right.
Sorry.
What?
I call Monium over, and I'm going to administer the antitoxin to him.
All right. So now you have 3.
Will it properly affect me?
Should.
Okay. All right. Fine.
I mean, the nanopacks do.
We are starting to blur the line between humans and synths, so fair enough.
I am.
So synths have that sort of like cooling fan circulatory fluid sort of CPU stuff that mimics the human circulatory system. So it kind of helps to kind of like cool whatever's happening inside your like battery power supply, so that like now it negated the effect of the poisoning. So you are back to normal checks.
Can I can you cross it off of your sheet?
What?
Me?
Aaron. Oh, the nanopack.
Yeah, because you took 2 of the antitoxins.
Oh, okay.
You took 2?
He had 2 antitoxins.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. No.
Did he even write them on his sheet?
That's a really good question.
I was about to say
I
that.
wrote them down
Now
for the party. 3.
I assumed someone else was doing it for me at this. You enable me. You enabled me.
We really do, and it's a problem.
All I'm saying is, I'm not using the one that I have.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I'll remove one of mine, Amy. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got 3 on my sheet. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Do I see anything interesting with my 60 feet of dark vision besides the door? Are there any cameras? Is there anything that, like an alarm system? Is there anything that would make me think that someone's watching this door?
No. You give me a perception check for audible.
That is not ideal, but sure. Oh, hey, look at that. 19.
You don't hear any signs of people, but you do hear the low hum of machinery.
All right.
Like idle computers.
All right. I will pass that back to the others, especially to Kai.
Is there any way that I can see in there? Is it pitch black?
Do I see any computers?
No, you don't see any computers.
Interesting.
Is it pitch black in there?
It is low light. Any checks you do, what is the darkness rules here?
I mean, are we,
disadvantage on perception checks based on sight, I believe, and disadvantage on any attack rolls.
Yep.
If we're moving in, let's use the flashlight and move in, and just if you don't hear anything.
I was just gonna stealth him.
Because that's what happens to me when I'm in bright light.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is it possible for me to just move through stealthily? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, you want to do a stealth roll? 19 stealth roll. So you essentially line up next to her, and you're pretty quiet. Where do you want to go?
I can't tell what that is right now, so I can't tell like which direction isn't, like, that's why I was asking how dark is it, because like, is it really low light where after a while you're just like, okay, like even at night in your house, even though you know it, after a while you stand there and you're like, I see a thing here, don't hit that. I see an outline there, don't hit that kind of thing.
I mean, you'd have to go into rooms to make out what's in the rooms, but you
Mhm.
know, you see structures and things in there.
Okay, so I just want to go down. Do I have control? Yeah, I do. So let's go like this way. Oops, I just went to the black. I'm in the black.
So that's where you are?
Sure. What do I see around me?
So as you enter a large
Uh-huh.
room, you see containers and boxes of supplies, nothing really useful inside there.
Okay. Okay.
But what you also do see is another door down here.
Interesting. And looking, is this right here? I don't know if I can make that circle thing happen.
You should be able to ping. Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. Like, what is that? Is that like a table or something?
That's a mini crate, supply crate, nuts and bolts sort of thing.
Okay. So I don't know where this door is. I can't tell based on this. I'm assuming the door is here. No, the door is here, right?
No.
No.
So
The door
go
is
back to where
here,
you were
right?
before. The
Yeah.
door. Yeah, the door is here. But you do see that there is another room with stairs leading upwards.
Okay, so I do want to go up the stairs super quiet.
Reflex
Definitely
saving throw.
coming in at this point too.
Hang on, let me go to I was like, I need my character sheet.
Oot.
Reflex. What did I get? 16.
16. So as you step onto a pallet or onto a tile, you hear, which you reflexively like pivot your arm, your foot back, as a metal wire comes out of the ground and rips up through the ceiling and slides it through the ceiling. So it would have severed your leg.
Oh, gee.
Okay.
So essentially there was kind of like a lasso on the floor underneath the tile that would have captured your foot and just taken it
Hug me. Yeah.
straight through the ceiling.
Okay, so I back out and grab Deja to go back outside.
Take your character.
Okay, I'm
So
I'm not. Hang on.
So that was
All right.
where the trap was, and you see
Yep.
that from the ceiling is kind of like the slot slit through.
Got it.
Did-
So I'm gonna go right back here and let you guys know. I'm like that stair is trapped. I mean, it's booby trapped to go up the steps. So somebody's here.
Somebody's here and
did
somebody
we hear it?
I don't know. That's a question. Was it? Did
No,
it make a lot of noise?
It wasn't audible. Like it was basically like a click, zoop, pop, straight up. So you would had to have told them that happened. Otherwise, the only alarm would have been your scream.
Yep. So I'm telling you guys that this is what happened, and it doesn't seem like, and I don't know, you let me know if I need to roll to do this, but it doesn't seem like it was It seems like a simple trap, if you will, like something to catch like a rabbit or something like that. You know, it was just a circular booby trap. So I don't think it was like an electronic alarm necessarily that's triggered anything. But
Was it hidden to look like a stair?
yeah, I mean, it was hidden in the stair. So when I put my foot on it, it
Okay.
triggered it just like a bear trap.
So
That definitely sounds like this is a people trap.
Yes.
So I have two questions then. Do we think that was a single-use trap that would need to be reset by someone coming out and redoing it? One.
I would gather as much. Yes.
And two, the slot in the ceiling that it went through, was that still open? Which is to say, if we were to go through and like watch the ceiling, could we see potentially where another trap like that might be based on a slot that it would slide up into?
I go back there and look to see where it went to.
So you're standing under it, looking up through the slot?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing this. I'm not like stepping underneath it, but yeah, I'm doing that to try and like
Safely.
The tile, Monium's still outside you here, safely. Side yet or what?
Huh?
What?
Oh,
Are you in the doorway?
Your ass in here.
it was with Ryoga. Yeah, no, I'm in back. Yeah.
Okay. It's like any day now he's gonna want to join the crew.
I'm off today.
You look up and you see it dangling as a spent trap, and you see the tile that triggered it flipped over, spring loaded, and it's exhausted. That trap is done.
Okay, and so it's more like a pressure plate as opposed to a pull from the ceiling kind of thing. Like there's no connection between the two. Like Deja said, there's no way to determine where it is on the floor based on what I see on the ceilings.
Is it, didn't you say there was like a slot that the trap went up through? And if that's the case, is the slot still open? And is that something that we could watch for to see where there's another trap? Like in Neverwinter, there are little like holes in the floor where spikes come up.
Yeah.
Could we look for something like that and avoid it?
Yep.
Or do we need to get a stick?
I know what you mean.
Every single plate, every single tile.
I know exactly what you mean.
So using Neverwinter as an example is a pretty decent way to be like, don't step there.
So you see that's spent and it's through the slot. Unfortunately, you look up and you notice that like the ceiling is kind of like Celotex ceiling is kind of grated. So like it could have been any slot. So it doesn't offer you. You think looking up would give an indicator, but like you see the kind of same crevice.
But it was a physical wire.
Yeah, so I'm
from here to there, so you should be able to see wires out and about, unless they're routed through the side.
It could be.
I mean, maybe I can, but this is very low light. Monium, can you see in low light? I don't remember.
I don't think I can. We've looked this up before.
We did.
Yeah.
And I think if anything, it would just be pushing the plates as we go forward.
And also, if they're smart, which appears they are, they're not going to have
set the same trap twice. Yeah.
One type of trap. They're going to have us looking for things. Something's going to come out of the wall, or something else is going to happen.
Some sort of poison dart or some shit.
So are you guys talking about this inside Neuralink?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is why I kind of came back out to like the outer to right by the door.
Monium perception check.
Neat.
Oof, mate.
Come on, me.
Never mind.
All right. Yeah.
we got inspiration. You want? Let's use it.
Yeah, we need to see.
I need to see something.
Or here,
Eddie.
23.
Okay, significantly.
As Monium steps through the door to join the team, he notices that, with the addition of the antitoxin, that his compass and systems are coming back online, or at least he thinks, but he realizes that there's some magnetization happening that's throwing off his GPS.
I relay that to everyone else as in, well,
so we don't want
problem's
to be
fixed.
in here long, these machines and whatever's happening.
Well, and the big question is, with GPS being thrown off, how easily are we going to be able to find the building that we're looking for?
Do we go outside? Do we climb the outside of this building at night and then climb over the wall, or do we just get through this?
If we wait until sunset, she said that we were going to have very serious problems with the radiation, and we're down to 3 antitoxins, and we still need to get back.
Can we tell if where we are is safe? Like we have to get in through the wall to be safe.
Yep. So that the Geiger counter is still reading. But as you push through, no one else has pushed through, but you would notice as you've pushed through that the radiation is falling off the deeper you go in.
Okay.
All right. So we got to get through this place to get on the inside. We just got to do it smart.
Can I go to, there's a door over here?
Yeah.
I'm going to regret this, but can I listen at the door?
You can listen, and you can also see into the door that there's a crate with a health pack on it, just sitting on top of it.
Ooh.
Watch out for traps.
Yeah, I was about to say, who just, not to D&D this, but who can check for traps?
My investigation is terrible.
I would do a straight investigation, or if you wanted to do a engineering, maybe. Whatever's higher.
Investigation, or
aren't you an engineer?
I can do investigation.
Okay. What's your eye?
What are you?
Monium should be able to as well.
6.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh nice. So Monium,
It's really important that you guys control your characters and where they are.
Hang on, hold on. Yeah,
right.
so I'm actually where I am. So I'm like, hey, somebody come look at this.
I will investigate. Help to investigate as well.
So I'm in the doorway, if that's what that looks like, because I can't tell.
Okay.
No offense, weird people who made this map, but it's a little weird.
Speaking of the
I
map,
was wondering if this is the map you were talking about.
the map was made by Garblack Games. Garblack Games is another tabletop gaming crew. They made this map using the old Shadowrun editor, level editor. I saw them use it on their Carbon stream, and I was just like, one, how did you make that? Two, can I use that? And they were like, yeah, just give us a shout out. So awesome people over at Garblack Games.
Yep, thank you.
It's
Thank you
really
for this.
pretty.
For sure, it is amazing. Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the old Doom game.
Doesn't it?
A little bit with the style with the stylizing of the graphics.
It's giving me Wasteland vibes.
Mm.
All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand in what looks like to be the kind of the doorway right here.
Monium, are you? Who's checking? Who's checking?
I'm investigating. I can do that alone or with a teammate. I'm
I
cool
think you
either
should
way.
do it.
I am going to keep an eye out from the back. Like a good doctor does.
All right,
And then
Monium, roll
I-
something. And
Alright,
then
then
Thomas,
go
roll
down.
Now you
perception.
start playing a close
Hey,
that way.
investigation.
We're doing good.
So you
Perception.
you see that there are this it's just a nano pack on a box.
I take that, and I add it to my inventory this time.
+1 nano pack. What did you roll on perception? 13?
13.
No. Oh,
So essentially through the thicket you see another set of doors and another disheveled room, but you don't hear anything.
All right. You know what I do have?
Did you
is
bring
a
a-
bunch of random things I could throw in.
I was about to say, I'm like, did you bring a bowling ball that you could just roll across the floor?
I did bring a bowling ball.
Good for you. I thought as much. I feel like that's very much your character or your
I
life.
speak Russian and
Carry a bowling
French.
ball.
You also see, sorry, another door to your left.
I would like to glance around the room that we're in and see if there's anything like a steel pipe or anything that I could use as like a poking stick as we're walking.
I mean, there is a crate full of nuts and bolts.
There's
Yeah,
also
those are nuts and
outside-
bolts. Those are small.
And there's also
outside.
there's also loose pipes that look like they've fallen from the ceiling right in front of you,
Cool.
or that look like they have been like pillaged from other places. So there you can have one metal rod.
All right.
Gosh, we can use that like a 10-foot pole in 1982.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll grab onto that unless someone else wants to start taking the lead and like poke at the tiles to see if anything jumps.
Not it.
I want to look. Is the door to my left? Is that just open?
It is open.
All right, then I'm gonna start like poking at the floor in front of me as I go to the door and like peek through.
Do
And
that.
I have
Yep.
and I have 60-foot dark vision.
Yep. I'm not going to reveal the room until you step in the doorway, but I will tell you at the doorway,
All right,
nothing happens.
yeah, I'm poking as I walk and like poking every like square foot in
Tile.
front of me.
Okay.
Every tile, definitely.
That's not 60 feet.
She's not in the doorway.
Yes, I am. This thing is weird.
Okay. There we
Like
go.
in the doorway is there
All right.
because you have the damn grid set up.
As you come in through, you see a room full of fireworks, and like a storage room straight ahead, with no other exit in the room. But when you glance to the left, you see a humming computer.
Ah.
It's like a humming kiosk. It's not a computer.
Okay. I'm going to pass that to the others, that there's a storeroom here and a humming kiosk of some variety. Kai, maybe you can do something with this.
So can you clear me a path over to the thing? please.
Yeah. So I'll go in front of her and like glancing up at the ceiling periodically and like poking and looking around to see if I can see anything that looks trappy.
Where is everybody and what path do you take?
So where is the kiosk?
The kiosk is right. Damn it. The kiosk is right here.
Okay.
Then I am going to take, let me see. All right, I'm going to go here.
Mm-hmm.
Having the grid makes it a lot more difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah. Yeah, what is between the doorway and the kiosk? Like, what is that greenish debris? Is that just a different colored floor tile? Is that
Heavy pallets and boxes of spent electronics and
got it.
other.
So like this right here, I would have to climb over to get just straight to the kiosk. Okay.
Yeah. So I will go in front of Kiroga and like poke and look around and make sure that we're not about to set off a trap of some variety. And
Also,
it's like a 10-foot pole, so I should be able to trip anything before I step on it.
before you do that, can I take a quick look in with a flashlight? And I kind of come over here, and I'm just looking for any sort of trigger on those fireworks. That, they're not just like there with a fuse, but they're, it's like something that might trigger them.
Yeah, if we grab one
attached to like a plate or something.
Investigation roll.
I have no idea what it says.
How do you roll so badly on things you have so many good things in?
Did you roll a 3 basically?
Yes, that was a 3.
Yeah.
You see that the fireworks are you see that like you could light one if you wanted to. They're just kind of bulk in a box, in a series of boxes.
Okay. I guess that's not an alarm.
Hopefully.
Okay, but I don't think we should take them either at this point.
I don't know. A couple might be nice.
I'd like to see what else is in this room.
But... Yeah, I was saying if we run into the owner, we could just ask as well.
All right.
Okay, so
I'm
Wait, what's up, Aaron?
And then I follow. That's it.
Right. So everyone's in the room?
Yeah, and I'm leading the way and poking. Tell me if I trip anything.
All right. So as you carefully lead the way in and you poke, as Kiroga leaves the room.
Yeah, no
kidding.
Son of
a.
I'm watching the door.
Don't set anything off in the fireworks room.
Nothing triggers. The kiosk is a
Okay. So this is where I need Hap's help. So I sit down and run a command. Don't ask me which one.
We could probably ask Hap for a good command to fake.
Investigation on it. Investigation roll on the kiosk.
Interesting.
I'm sort of hiding in this room too.
What did I get? What did I get? 22.
You don't see any inputs. You don't see any keypads. You just kind of see a waiting command prompt above with a camera on top of it. And as you do that,
so there's that's just a digital display in some respects. So it's an outgoing communication is what you're telling me.
It's an outgoing communication digital display, and boop, boop, it scans you, boop, boop, scans you, and it scans scans Monium. And
so I comms everybody, and I'm like,
this door closes, and Ryoga's on the outside. This door closes, and you start to hear, which you assume to be some vapor filling the room. Perception checks, everybody. Not Thomas, not you. Nat 1.
Another. That's the other. That's the last eye I had.
D12. All right. The perception check indicates that is gas. You are smelling gas. You look at the fireworks. And you were like, this place is a fucking powder keg. Okay.
Yep. It's gonna blow. Ryoga, get us out of here.
inside the
conclusion.
kiosk while you guys are. Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron. Go ahead.
Oh no, my conclusion. It's angry oxygen. That's all I got.
God damn it!
Keep going.
There is a very basic prompt on the kiosk, and it just says, "How do you feel?"
Oh, I hate them. Whoever this is, I hate them.
Yeah, this is literally what they see.
Okay, so on the door, if they're electronic, is there any sort of control for it, any sort of keypad I can hack?
No, it's essentially like a blast door. And now that you notice it, the doors that you've come through, even though things are looking rusty and disheveled, they are fully functional doors.
Yeah, this whole place is a trap.
Yeah, no kidding. So I go back to the door, and there's nothing on my side, obviously.
No. So now so as you walk away from the kiosk, you hear a and an X on the screen, 1X, and it's an X. It's an X inside of a square, and you see 2 more squares, 2 more empty X's.
Got it. So we have 3
And
strikes.
it scans Deja, and
So I have my helmet on. I don't know if that changes what it thinks of me. Well, my helmet.
It's yours.
It registers an individual.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, how do you feel?
How do I feel? Like, can I smell the gas?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Does it make me feel any sort of way yet, or?
No, it is gasoline, and it is getting thick in the room.
Right.
And the question reiterates, how do you feel?
Is there like a microphone in the front that I should respond to?
You do see that the camera does have a port, like a tiny little port on it, that is a microphone.
I'm going to say, fine, for the moment.
As you see,
I'm going to try and pry the door.
Use mechanics.
Yeah, I'm going to try and pry the door.
Yeah.
With mechanics, what are you using? What do you have?
Whatever I can find around me.
There is a metal rod on the floor.
Nuts and bolts too. Can you use something to unscrew the door?
There's a metal rod on the floor. If you roll a natural 20,
oh Lord,
say that you can get this door open.
Oh, let me roll it in person.
What is
so mechanics?
17.
No.
So
Nah.
you pry it in and you think you've got it, and like this is a really good idea, but then the bar gives and it just totally bends. X. Second X fills the square.
Oh.
So there's one more X in there. And it scans again. Bing! It looks at Monium. How do you feel?
Scanning back. What can I? Sufficient. Healthy. How do I actually feel affected by the gas in the room?
You're not. Wait, is that your answer?
That's my answer, but yeah, how do I actually feel with the gas in the room?
You don't feel anything. You can't be poisoned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, no. Well,
you're not breathing.
Okay.
So you don't feel a thing.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't need to breathe. I forgot that. I have a circulatory system, but no lungs. Anyway, I am feeling fine and sufficient. Computer voice, how are you?
So third X hits the mark as the computer. Try again. The computer conks out, and the gas slowly fills the room. Everyone is engulfed and suffocates. I'm not going to have anybody make any throws, but I'm just going to say everyone is officially unconscious.
I'm going to run
as
Without making
The
sense.
door.
so
Okay.
with that happening, I assume Ryoga's banging on the door. About 5 to 10 minutes passes, the door opens and the gas dissipates, and all three of them are on the floor, passed out.
I'm going
Not Monium.
Not the person who doesn't need to breathe.
Yeah, not
I
Monium.
recorded all of that.
That is an
Thanks,
awful
just-
recording. Them
Yeah.
in the death throes.
No,
Lying.
well, I mean, like, if there was any other evidence, I don't.
Monium, get him out of here. So Kai is right here. I'm just gonna drag her out.
Okay, smart.
I'm actually gonna drag her. I guess outside or just
Yeah,
into
out the
this room. Just so back over here, and just see if I can't wake her up. Figure out what I need to do if I need to, because I've got basic healing. Oh, I've got all my heals back.
Yeah. We took a
So I
long
can do
rest.
basic. Can I do a medicine check?
Yes, medicine check.
24.
You think that you can revive her?
All right, I will with what? Just mouth to mouth or whatever.
Give her a heal.
Okay, I will do a quick heal, which is a D4 plus 5.
Okay, roll it. Let's see how much.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know how many hit points I've dropped or anything.
So 6.
We rolled a 1. 6. So you have 6 hit points now, Kuroga.
Okay.
Oh,
In total, right? Okay.
Yeah, use like a shot of adrenaline as Kuroga gasps for air, and Monium and is still in the room with Deja.
No, I was hopefully while that was happening, I would like to try and get Deja out of the room.
Okay, strength check.
Good luck.
Yay. Well, there's nothing negative to it, so that's something.
19.
Good.
Nice.
It is slow, but you're able to do it. Allow me. Let me move you guys out of here.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
I was gonna say, as soon as I see that like heal barely did anything, I'm going to do a 2d8 plus 5. I'm gonna use my basic heal on Kai.
Deja's still unconscious.
I'm helping her out.
Ooh,
20,
okay.
21. Do you have heals? Do you have
No, I mean, well, I have nano packs, but if you have heals, I would rather save those nano packs for when we need them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're cool with that.
I mean, the
I'm
nano
good
packs
either
aren't
way.
much anyway. They're like 2d4 plus 2.
Yeah, so go help Deja.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, cool.
so I will use my. You know, I mean, I've got a ton of these 1d4s.
Copy and paste if you're going to use more than one.
9. So
9.
Deja takes like a Pulp Fiction movie,
Ow.
nano
Yes,
pack to the chest,
I
and
was
she
thinking
gets
that.
revived.
No, yeah, because I'm using my little just like crazy tonics that I make.
So I get another 6. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, I use
Instead
two
of
of
an
them on you.
adrenaline needle, it's more of like a briefcase with a plus on it, just getting whacked into the chest.
Yeah, and when I come back awake, I like roll over and just hack my lungs out, braced on my forearms.
Oh wait! Oh my God! I'm
What?
totally doing this wrong. Totally did that wrong. It's 4d4. It's not 1d4 plus 5.
It's per level.
Yeah. So it's
You want to
So
roll
roll
d4?
Yeah.
two more
Do another
D4s
3.
just to make one of those.
but it's not the plus 5.
Okay.
So
It's like another 6d4, right? Because it's 4d4.
yeah. So
Per.
I roll this.
So you roll 2 D4s, so roll 2 more.
Mhm.
So that's
The first one was 9.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You're using your heal and not your nano pack, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is 4d4.
So if it's 4d4 per, then you would roll another 3d4. So you should roll 2 more d4
Wait a second.
because it should be 8d4 plus 5 total.
So
Correct.
to Deja, I did 4 plus my plus 5, so 9.
Right.
And then the second one was 1 plus 4 for 5.
Well, correct.
Which is 19, which is exactly the same.
But you
still
would
need 2 more.
But you would roll 3 more d4 per those without adding another 5, because it's 4d4 plus 5, not 3d4 plus 5. Correct?
I rolled
6. 6 4s.
2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1.
No, he's rolled.
Oh my
6
God! Stop.
Yes, he's rolled 6 4s. I mean, literally, if you look, it's
Attack
1d4,
modifier.
1d4, 2d4, 2d4. To me, that adds to 64.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you are done. It ended up being exactly the
No,
same.
she needs 2 more.
No, I need 2 more because it's 4d4 per heal.
But
which heal are you using? Is it quick or basic?
Quick.
It's 1d4 per level of healer, right? Per level of doc.
That's what I have written down.
Yes.
We are 4th level.
4d4.
So you have essentially done 3d4 per. You need to do 1 more d4 per. So roll 2 more d4.
Yes.
No, because I did 2.
So he's at 4th level. It'd be 4d4, right?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So you need 2 more. Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
I was like, why are we having Aaron moments right now?
And
I'm
Aaron's
very
just sitting there
infectious.
going, uh-huh.
Why?
Yeah.
I'm more like this kind of an out of body experience. I'm like, oh, this is what it's like.
Welcome to the math stream, everybody.
Oh my
Photoshop
God.
is killing me. Get out of my way. So you get 2 more. So you get 8.
The one
Even
constant.
And Amy, you're going to get 3d4.
This
That's
is
fine.
because Deja, Monium, Kuroga, Ryoga are all flustered after having 2 of the party members suffocate during the course of a trap. Now seeing that, you realize now that like this place isn't as decrepit as it looks.
Yeah, actually, -5 off of it.
I'm done talking to you right now.
Take 5 off it.
Okay.
Okay.
So
yeah,
yes.
next time just listen to Tiana off the bat, yeah?
Hashtag Tiana is always right. This is one of the times that I will own that damn hashtag.
Yeah, I knew it from the beginning.
All right, so now you guys have kind of come back to some semblance of stability. I'm sure you're pretty wiped, but you're up. And Monium standing at the entryway to another room is realizing that the Geiger counter is subsiding and you're getting better. The room you just came out of in that direction, the Geiger counter was hotter.
So I think poll method to go into the next room.
Okay.
Figure out whatever traps this place is gonna give us.
Where are you going? Point it out on the map.
Are the other 2 healthy enough to move on though?
Yeah, I'm just not going first.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
Deja, do you need another like a big heal? No, I used all of mine.
Did
Did
I
I? No, I
use
did
my
not.
nano packs during that?
You used quick heals on me at least.
Do you want a basic heal? Do you want 2d8?
So I am currently at 32 out of 61. I could make an argument for a short rest and using hit dice instead of using up your heals.
A short rest?
No,
I could make that argument.
Well, let's get in there now, I think.
Yes, but how far is in there?
I don't know.
Deep.
But if we're just wiped out again, that's a lot to.
So we send the non-air breather, the mouth breather, if you will.
Oh no.
I can breathe through my mouth.
Well, and of course the
Your
question
eyeballs.
and the question is, would the next trap be something that would be air breathing, or would it be something like the wire, or
Yeah, I don't know.
Or-
we just gotta
Or
we just gotta
electro.
check.
Like I would gather the next one could be like an EMP style thing.
Sure.
Because that would just feel right.
Also, I mean, did that feel completely automated to you?
Whatever that kiosk thing was, it was looking for a specific answer and we didn't have it.
Was it an automated voice, or was it a familiar, or was it a human?
on the other end of that?
I don't know. Was it automated or did
You
it
recognize it as automation. You recognize it as like programming. It was in fact looking for a specific set of answers.
I still think that we're going to be, these alarms have to be setting off alarms somewhere else.
I think you're probably right. And so far, we've kicked up every trap between here and where we are.
Yeah.
Very good.
Love.
Monium, head through that door and let's get out of here.
Let's do this.
Where are you going? Right there?
This door?
Yeah.
This door right here?
So right there, you also see a door to your left.
I was going to recommend we go get an elk and just let it run around here.
If we could pull some animals, that would be good.
Little buddy would have been nice right about now, eh?
I would love to buy one.
Pity we couldn't have gotten another little buddy before coming in.
All right, Monium, where are you going? Where are you going? It's on you.
I point out the hallway, but I don't exceed the doorway. I just kind of, I don't exceed the doorway, and I just kind of look down the hallway and see what's up, see what I can.
Which hallway?
The one to my left. The one to my left.
Okay.
This hallway.
Okay, cool.
Don't go all the way in, mate.
But I'm not there.
All right, so you are able to look through that hallway into 2 rooms, or one leads into a bigger room, but then you also see kind of like a smaller room in the distance with like a resource crate of some kind. So if you look through that window, right, if you look through that door, you notice that there's also, each of the doors that you've passed through have had that sliding ability. To the right, out of place, you see a functional vending machine. With all the most prescient fluids in there, like
prescient what?
Prescient fluids. What am I saying? All the most
see what you meant, though.
topical drinks, all the most like
White Claw.
White Claw, right?
White
Truly, like Gordon
Blood.
Biersch. All of the
First
stuff is in there.
A bottle of blood.
We're looking to get out of here. We are not looking to fall into any more of these traps.
Through the door, you do see like an open supply crate down there that somebody was just pinging. I think Deja was just pinging. You do see that.
I think that's also a trap.
Oh, probably.
The supplies may be real, but it definitely is trapped around.
Can I grab this box off the wall or whatever?
The one that the nanopack was in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming these are metal first aid boxes.
Yep.
That if I wanted to, so that's going to come with me if we wanted to jam it in a door to keep it from locking behind us.
Those are blast doors. It'll smash it to pieces.
So what is up in this room up here? Oh
All
God,
right,
I went.
So as you didn't go in, you stand at the doorway, but across from you, you do.
Is that a PlayStation?
Yeah, no, even better. A crate full of submachine guns. But you see more kiosks.
A crate full of copyright images
in front of you. And essentially something to. So it's an open room. On the other side of these kiosks is a crate full of open weapons.
No.
That's
a potty over there.
That is such a trap.
All of these are traps.
And to the left, you see a doorway for that same room.
Oh, does it also go into the room with the vending machine, do we think?
You have to peek in to see.
Okay.
Monium, you go.
It's all a trap. Let's hug the wall across from the vending machine and just sneak past. I mean, let's go in, look for traps.
Ryoga.
Yes.
You have expended your healing capabilities, yes?
Not completely.
Oh, okay. Well then, yes, then you are still vital to everybody. And it is still important that you do not expend
You
any.
get to live. Congratulations.
You do not get hurt or we lose you.
Is this where you are?
Expended those resources.
Are you, Ryoga, the only one in that other room?
I'm not in the room. It
Okay.
just
That's a
snaps me
comms
inside
thing.
that room.
Okay.
I'm like I'm right at the threshold looking in.
Yeah.
So you guys
turn off the grid, it'll make it more precise for where we're going. Because
I forget about that function.
You're walking through and hugging the wall.
So we're planning to walk through like along here.
Yep. In what direction?
This wall here.
That one?
Yeah, stop. One person. Who's pinging? All right, that one?
That one.
Okay.
Go around that way.
Who's the first one in?
I can do it. I will do it.
All right.
will stealth, but I'm gonna stealth in. Actually, I want to investigate for the traps and then stealth my way.
There we
around
go.
those Traps.
The person who can investigate, because that's not me.
If that is a
Got to be in the room to do that.
I'm gonna. All right, so stealth it. Wait, yeah, I'm gonna move it. Boom.
Boom. All right. And investigation roll.
Another boom. Oh,
19.
Nice.
You are reasonably confident that you don't see any booby traps in the supply room, which is basically a bathroom. And you're also reasonably confident that you don't want to touch that vending machine.
Good. Good to know.
Yeah, that's a little too obvious of a trap.
As you
pachinko machine, just touch it.
What's all the rest of this?
Yeah, as he looks in, he essentially sees the remainder of that room, which does connect to that prior room over to the top, but also has a doorway to one more room.
I have found another door. I believe I see one. But I want to make my way to that crate. That sweet crate. No, he said avoid the vending machine, not the crate. Right?
Don't go. I'm gonna investigate over here. Because don't go to the crate.
Wait, we still need you for now.
23. I'm
23.
peering around the room trying to see in that room.
Inside the room, you don't see anything, but you do see a soft glow and the familiar hum of a working kiosk.
The kiosk.
This place is a dead end.
Zoom out on the stream so you can get an idea.
Yeah, no, it feels like a dead end all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like this is a pre-made
Unless
map.
there's more to these rooms that we don't know yet.
Inside, as you venture deeper, the Geiger counter goes lower and lower and lower. Like the effects of radiation are lessening.
So, but yeah, there doesn't appear to be any way out of here. This whole place was a trap.
But we could get fireworks.
I'm not going back in that room.
Perception?
I'm actually gonna search these bedroll things that are over here.
Nothing in the bedrolls, but as you pass by with the 23 investigation roll, you do notice that the integrity of the next room over is kind of faux. Like the blast door doesn't extend in that room, and the hum of the computer is like a working workstation.
So it's more like a facade than anything else, perhaps.
Does somebody else want to go in that room?
No.
I would love to sacrifice myself.
You go in, Monium?
I will. Wait, you're talking about this room, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
You have the best chance of investigating, so that's why we need you in that room.
I can also be fodder, guinea pig. We'll work out the details.
Goodness. Good
And I'll
description.
move forward.
You're in the room and you see the computer to the left with sort of a power generator to the right that's powering the computer.
Is there any reason to investigate further in the room before I keep stepping in?
What are you investigating for?
I don't know, traps or anything else that might
I'm going to
backfire in any way.
You're 19 and say that you don't recognize any traps in this room. And essentially the only light source that you've had since coming in from the outside was the kiosk.
Okay.
Do you see an exit?
I don't think I see an exit, right?
You don't see an exit.
I do not see an exit.
Okay,
I do
check,
see.
check the walls to see if there's some sort of panel that'll move.
I love that. And I'm going to, just either scan and look and then press if I see anything.
As you press through the wall, press the back wall where the computer is located, you see that there's a cord that runs to the outside, and you see that there's that back wall is in fact a door.
Ryoga, Kiroga, everybody. It is safe in this room, I believe. And there is an opening.
All right. I am going to look at the kiosk.
Inside the kiosk, you just see an open computer terminal with an operating system and a menu.
Hi, gonna come join us?
Nope.
List.
No.
You gonna hack?
Yeah.
You should hack it.
All right, give me a hack.
I'll support you from back here.
Hack it. I'm a hacker.
Maybe you should.
Ooh, I'm not a hacker.
Hacking roll is unsuccessful. You see a bunch of directories and folders and things that you make out to be login credentials, or each one has login credentials, but you have no idea where to start.
Gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. It's
fine. Then you should come back out here if I go in there.
Okay.
So I'd like try and just do it, like try not to touch anything and like do this kind of thing. Like don't touch any, like just...
Okay.
All right, hang on. I need my character sheet. What did I get?
13.
Oh, that sucks too. Yeah, it's not great.
So not reaching what is necessary, I will give you advantage because Ryoga's shouting from the other room what he's done. And you pulled an Amy.
Oh wow. It's fascinating.
So as you are typing in the failed password attempt, the third password attempt fails, the computer shuts down.
And then I run out because I'm just like, nope.
And then when it comes back online, you see in all of the computer screens staring at Monium and Deja
I'm off to the side.
You're off to the side.
I am exactly where I am on the map.
Do they see your arm?
I'm like tucked against that wall.
My camera's pretty wide.
So as you as the camera systems come back online, the operating system blinks with the login information, and you see essentially face in the screen, and all of the screens pop in. Perception tech Monium.
Excellent. Crap. Ah, 9.
It doesn't matter because the face in the room on the screens recognizes you and glows with brightness as it is an older Japanese male staring into effectively a webcam and seemingly looking directly at you. And he rolls back and he looks over and he's pointing at people like, I knew I would see you again. Welcome back, Monium. As Kaito greets you at the kiosk. Sorry for the unpleasantries. It was the least I could do to keep them from killing you outright. Neither here nor there. Come on in. As he says that, the back wall opens down and you see green pastures leading into a larger stone sort of garden. So it's a walled compound that you are now on the inside of, as thick as this building. But it lets it down, and Monium, and in the background, Deja, I guess, peeking through, see these beautiful, lush green and stone and koi ponds and trees on the inside of the storage room, on the other side of the storage room.
This is magnificent. How have you maintained this?
Come on through and I'll tell you the rest.
I'm gonna calm.
Is it only you?
I'm gonna comms back to Kai and Ryan, tell them what's going on.
Okay.
How did you
I'm
find
gonna
me?
kind of come to the door, not in camera shot, and go, is Urbz in there?
Who is
Urbz
that?
with you?
Urbz.
I don't think they would have heard him. Or wait, did they?
Were you commsing or were you speaking?
No, I was
say
speaking.
comms. Oh.
I was asking Kaito.
Who is? Are you alone? Monium, are you alone?
I may have allies with me, but who is with you at this moment?
Oh, well, I'm working to upset the balance of Tokyo. Come on inside. Stop this game. Don't you want to come in out of the radiation?
You know we do. I do.
So when he says he's trying to upset the balance in Tokyo, I kind of walk over and go, "You got the right man for the job."
Oh, how did you find each other? Is your sister there?
Yeah.
The big one too?
Kai's here.
Oh, thanks. I'm gonna come into view of the camera.
It was a positive fact.
This
Okay.
is
Fine.
very promising as he writes down some notes.
We are surprisingly resourceful and have a habit of failing our way forwards.
Yep.
That can be definitely said of this Monium unit. I am over the moon. It didn't work. The format didn't work as you see a gathering across the field. You are, as you step through the back side, again, you see these lush green and purple trees, like some stone sidewalk sort of platform area broken up by ponds and rocks and sand. But in the distance, you see a bunch of people gathered around a very traditional, what is it called? Like a
Bodega?
What is it? Yeah, the Patagonia or something.
Oh, the pagodas.
Pagodas, Patagonias. The pagodas.
Patagonias?
Yeah.
What
I don't
the hell?
know. Man. It's close enough. Sorry.
It's
Sorry.
weird swamp forest land in South America. It's great.
So, yeah, it comes down.
Okay, let's go. I'm
Yeah.
willing to get out of here. Let's go.
Yeah, I want to get out of this stupid building.
Yep.
Trap room.
I hate this building. I hate everything about
Yep.
it.
As you step through, you notice that the air is super fresh, and super lush. At the same time, Deja, you notice that your sight is affected because it's direct sunlight, and it's one of the most beautiful places in the world, if not, on Earth. Yeah,
Does
in
the
Japan, if not on Earth.
does the helmet help at all? As because it's like a visor over my eyes.
Yeah.
Would that act as
Probably it has a
Yeah,
dark.
it actually, yeah, it is negating the effects of the disadvantage.
I'm gonna hang on to this for as long as we're in here because I like being able to see.
As you guys are, so what are you guys doing? You see in the distance, and you see Kaito standing on a stone pillar in the distance waving.
I'm gonna
Let's go
look
there.
over at Monium
Yeah.
and say, "Are we sure about this?"
I am very unsure.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I mean, are there any Kagemi boys?
Not that
Like,
you can see. You
anyone that I
see
would-
people in the distance kind of like milling around and tilling farms and like doing some things, but they
'Cause
kind
this
of
was
like
Sorry, this was supposedly a Kagemi boys hideout, yeah?
Mm.
That's
Or-
what we were told.
and you see them tilling farm work and doing all these things, and they stop and they kind of like notice you as they pass by. You see children
Nice.
playing in the distance.
Let's just walk to Kaito.
It is very peaceful here, and that makes me very suspicious.
Allow me to go first.
I'm
But
right
if he
behind.
tries to wipe my mind, have my back.
I'm right behind you.
So as you guys approach, you're greeted in a open garden.
Good Lord.
And you notice that you walk down into a sanded area, which you would recognize as difficult terrain, through beautiful stonework and trees, but also statues of old Japanese warriors on the side that you think, there's enough space to get through. So if you're looking around, you notice that like you could probably dodge in and out of there. Perception checks, everybody.
Do we see all of those bad guy looking people?
You see all the bad guys on the roof, on the outer wall.
There's a couple me's in there.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some Moniums there too. Did everybody roll?
Yes.
Yep. 21.
So
13.
everyone, with the exception of Monium, also notices that there's a war mech. You notice something catch your eye as one of the trees glitters and glistens.
Oh, jeez.
And you notice that one of the trees is in fact a holographic mirage and is a war mech with cannons, not too dissimilar than the ones that broke through the initial Kagemi Boys hideout, trained on you guys. As Kaito comes down to the staircase and greets you in the garden, I assume Monium.
Mm-hmm.
And you look up behind him and you notice a man, a formidable sort of middle-aged man who's just seething with anger. And he's just mouthing off in Japanese, I should just kill them now, right where they stand. They've disrupted our entire income stream. Kaito, this better be worth it. And Kaito kind of gives them a hand wave off as he walks up to Monium, and he puts his hand on Monium's face.
Yeah, I'm right behind him, but I don't have control of my character.
Oh shit. Okay, sorry.
I am not right behind him.
Me neither. I'm right by the door.
I'm by the door, looking at statues as places to hide behind.
Yeah, fair.
Heroic.
All right, you should have control, Deja.
I was trying to remember. Can I at least make out Japanese? Like I can understand it.
Do you have it as a pack? Or
I know we talked about this before. Yeah, I kind of took it in the moment of like weeks ago. Remember all the roof incident when I was like, maybe
so
I
then
can speak to him.
Then you have it.
Yeah,
well, no, in the roof incident, wasn't it only?
It was the other Monium because it was built.
Yeah, it was built in Japan. Yeah, so no.
But
talking in English.
But I think you also said in as we were going into the Kumate that he'd been in Japan long enough to have it uploaded.
He was in Japan 3 days.
Yeah, I was.
When you're uploading, it's a couple of hours to learn if you do a direct neural plug.
You know what? In the format, I'm gonna say okay. I need to remember these little caveats that I notate, but I'm gonna say Kaito in Japan working on you probably would have given you Japanese.
Note it down on your character sheet.
Yeah.
Aaron.
Yes.
You note down the EMPs. Note this shit down too.
Well, here's the thing. I note down my EMPs because they're important to me. Aaron knowing Japanese or not so important to me.
So he looks at you and he goes, amazing. And you brought your friends. Extremely promising. How have you been? As he looks to Deja.
And it's like stolidly, I still have the visor down and just like stolidly look back at him and then like put my head to look at the person who's swearing in Japanese and then back at him. Don't say anything. Just give him a long, steady look.
I apologize for that. This is the way, as you can imagine, or you don't rightly know. This is a Kagemi boy stronghold, but it is a home for the most treasured person in all of Japan, depending on how you view it. So these precautions are necessary. The suffocation, we all watched it, and we're glad. I'm glad. Maybe not that one, but I'm glad that the medic was able to revive you and you weren't lost forever. But these are the things that we need to protect for due to the fact that the emperor is here. And he looks to Monium and he goes, that question was illogical. How do you feel? I expected you to know that. That question was illogical. That's the answer.
I feel exactly how I'm supposed to at this moment.
Call out to Spock in Star Trek. Anyway.
I was about to say, was that a reference? 'Cause
Yes. Yes.
No, missed that one.
I didn't watch much of the original Star Trek.
No worries.
A lot of Next Generation, but not much of the original stuff.
And he says, why have you come back?
Why do you think? What was the purpose of me being wiped? My memory. All of this. Where is Urbz?
Urban had a very legitimate fear that you, or some form of you, if someone nefarious had gotten their hands on you, would return here and potentially do to the Kagemi Boys hideout to Fukushima what they've done to the Kagemi Boys hideout. And we can't risk the Emperor. Urban, that was my decision. Urbz, his thought was more along the lines of self-preservation. I said he could just leave. He didn't need to sell you off, which is exactly what he did. But again, I don't blame him, given your recent exploits in the Kumate. Well done. Well done.
Acknowledged. It may have been a logical decision, but I still need to find where he is.
So I kind of like just lean over and just go like, what does it all mean? Why? I don't get what happened.
So if I'm looking at it from your perspective, it seems as if I am being held against my will here, reproducing moniums for a profit. Not the case.
Or that you are working with the Kagemi Boys to reproduce Monium for a profit.
Half right, as they say in the US. Bingo. But not for a profit. For an uprising.
None of them responded to the poem.
They weren't meant to. We've built in a back door that will activate these moniums and generate a small army for us, for me, for the Emperor. Gangs in Japan they've lost sight of everything that our ancestors have fought to maintain and rule for selfish reasons. The Emperor has our best interest at heart and is only love, and has been usurped by these corporate interests. We want a very public display of force when taking down the largest corporation and seizing it under the banner of the Emperor. As you know, he's nothing but a figurehead now. He shows up to open buildings, to celebrity outings. And that's not even him in there. That's a synth representation of him. Emperor Hirohito sits here, ready to take his place at the top of Japan's political hierarchy. And we are ready to install him there.
How many more Moniums do you need?
In 3 days, the Kagemi boys, before you disrupted their primary funding source for resources, have put a decent amount of Moniums in place all throughout the city. I think we're about ready. The only thing I needed to do was to, in fact, make sure that the software that I installed on Kana's son worked well. Monium, you see, I've taken bits of your software and your AI, and I installed him into the gentleman who came back to Tokyo with us, hoping that it will act as some healing mechanism for him.
The person who was on the wall back in San Francisco.
Exactly.
And how does he fare now?
It's no better time than the present. I'm very wary of turning him on, but I don't think we have much time. Plus, I suspect his father knows that he's with me.
Who is his father again?
Kana,
Tanaka, the head of the Sumiyoshi Kai.
the one that
That's
Ozu
right.
was with.
Right.
You see, his son was a man like Kana doesn't take kindly, or a son is a reflection of him, especially in this culture. So having been born with disabilities and being sick is not something that
Would reflect well upon him.
reflects well in the halls of power. So his son sought to improve himself, maybe a bit too much. He sought me out. I was the best, but I made a mistake, and a mistake that almost cost his son his life. Kana used that as an opportunity to get rid of both me and his son. So I fled for San Francisco.
And
Wow.
Ozu is here as well.
Who is that?
Ozu, the head of the some corporation.
Which corporation was that? The one
Opa?
that Charlie poured.
Yeah.
Opa, thank you.
The guy.
Oh!
Yes,
You tried to kill him on Mars.
well,
I remember those news stories.
he tried to kill us first.
Yeah, it was
What
a
is-
setup.
Is he still after you?
Oh yes. Mostly
Yeah.
because he saw us, from what I understand, in the Kumate, and interpreted that to mean that we were not doing what Kana wanted us to do anymore. That would be my guess. So the destruction of that building and the mech coming through the wall, that was him.
And in reality, that was him that unleashed us on the unsuspecting city in the first place. So really, all blame should really fall on Ozu.
Oh yes.
Um,
And by extension, Kana.
So coming down the stairs, you see Kentaro screaming loudly in Japanese as his patience is worn thin. Kaito walks up to him and tries to calm his nerves. But through that, in Japanese, you hear there must be blood. There has to be blood. And Kaito talks to Kentaro and says, maybe we settle this in the old way. And he turns back to you guys and he says, I'm sorry that this has befallen on you, but you have dishonored the head of the Kagemi boys, and the only way to not lose his own legitimacy is to challenge you to a duel or pick your champion.
I think I hear my song.
And he's
I'm just gonna
Yes, please. I would like to be back up to full before I take this on, because no.
Well, it's going to be 2d8 plus. Roll 20. Now for Kai, I rolled really high. So 17.
49.
And 12.
And 12.
12 is exactly what I needed. Thank you.
As that happens, Ryoga runs up and he sticks a stim pack into your neck or into.
I slowly walked up.
My forearm, I imagine, because that's like the only exposed bit.
He puts the stim pack into your forearm, and you get rejuvenated. You rejuvenated again, lost it, and got rejuvenated again. Kaito says, "Please look around. No firearms, no grenades. This is a battle of strength and speed between swordsmen, swordspeople, swords. I don't know.
Swords people will work.
Swordspeople. As you see Kentaro call down his shogunate. If you zoom out a little bit more, you see a man.
You're off the board.
It's okay. I'm fine not being in range of any weaponry.
You see a man that was kneeling before the emperor get up, and you recognize the man to have on full samurai armor, and he tosses a blade at your feet, a katana.
All right. Moving very deliberately so that they don't take it as a threat, I'm going to take off the shotgun from my back and the sword from my side and turn and hand them to Rai.
You turn and I was like already like slowly backing away. And then I come back up and I grab the stuff and then I like kind of back away behind a rock or a statue.
I'm gonna exhale a little bit and then like kneel down and pick up the sword in both hands and just be there for a moment, collecting myself.
And as Kana and Kentaro sits there with like a evil smile on his face, and Kaito just kind of sits down on the stairs and just kind of sits and watches. Shogun comes up and he has a helmet on as well, and he takes the helmet off and he tosses it to the side.
And I stand up and look at him and just shake my head a little bit. I'm not taking the helmet off.
Okay.
I am not giving myself disadvantage on attacks.
He doesn't know that, but the DM says fair. So he looks back at Kaito, and Kaito just kind of gives a go-ahead nod. And then he looks to Monium.
You asked for our strongest.
Kaito shouts, "Do you intend to fight as well?"
Back it up, Monium. I've got this.
If you need help, I'm more than happy to step in. But you'll see, she is more than sufficient to deal with you.
And in comms, I want to say, if you see any weak points, let me know.
Noted.
And someone who has control of Monium's character should move.
Needs to move him.
Oh, right. Okay. Well,
yes. Yep.
Just stand there
Gonna
like
boom.
this.
I will
during the whole
moonwalk.
thing. Like, what are you doing?
Thank you. I was like, do I need to say anything?
I was eyeballing Kaito. I was mad talking him.
So I want to ask, just for myself, are we going to go into this fight now? Because if so, I need to hit the bathroom before we do this.
Go use the bathroom.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Ooh, okay.
So
So then
while
I'm going
she
to.
Is this something
This could
we
be
can
a
do? This. Yeah.
cliffhanger.
Do you think this will take long?
no,
No
because
shot.
it'll just be me and Tiana going back and forth. I don't
Okay.
know. If it was me and Monium, on the other hand, I'd be like, we're gonna be here an hour and a half.
That hand gesture could mean any amount of time, though, and you know that.
So
You know, like
Deja hands the shotgun shells and all the things to you. She picks up the mono-edged katana. She unsheaths it. She looks at it. She puts it back. Actually, she throws off one of the sheath for the katana, and the Shogun page 258, if you're following along at home, ladies and gentlemen. Soon Lonely Eddie will be able to follow along. So you've got your mono edge katana.
Yep.
And the Shogun kneels down, grabs some sand, rubs it in his hand, and he pulls out his mono edge katana as well, and he points it at you. And you guys are standing. He's standing in a stance with his sword facing you. Excuse me. And we roll initiative.
Let's do it. Oof.
Oh, that's not much better. So you guys are
Still
basically
better than me, though.
measuring each other out. And in the test, or is your sword up, or is it still at your side?
Yeah, I went. So when we went into this, I would have drawn and tossed the sheath to the side before bringing it up and saluting, more in like a saber or a rapier kind of way, because that's the way I was trained. But you know, a Western salute before bringing it down.
He pats it to the side, and quick as a button, he comes across to slash the chest. Oh man, it's gonna take longer because I can't get my spelling right. It's a +7 to hit for a 12.
Not gonna.
So
hit.
he swings across, and he kind of moves to the side here. As the fight's happening, you hear like the soldiers on the catwalk are hitting their pole arms in unison on the ground.
Okay.
You're up. That's the end of his turn.
You hear a whisper. His ankle looks weak, or I don't know, any other body part looks weak to a sword. And that's nose for trouble.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. As a bonus action, I'm going to go into a fury, and it's different than most furies that I would have had, because this place feels like it's wrong for just the rage. This is like a calm settling into myself, and just I see and hear everything.
So you're kind of like Zen. You're one with everything.
Exactly. And with the nose for trouble, I make the attack at advantage.
Did you deflect the blow, or did you whiff it? Did he whiff it?
I'm gonna say I deflected it. So just like a quick tap to throw the katana away from me.
Okay. Attack roll 19 makes it. What are you doing?
So after I tap it to the side, I use the momentum to let the tip of the weapon keep going, and then just draw it through as fast as I can.
So you guys, we're now within 5 feet of each other. Yes.
Yes.
Boom. So
I still have control of it, so I can't move it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
I don't know, man.
I gave it to Monium. Sorry.
I got this.
When you have advantage, not using the clicker, because you roll damage twice, which is
I don't know how to key it to do advantage.
This works. This works. I mean, you might lose a really good roll on a shitty attack roll, but like this works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But yeah,
So-
I'm gonna like come through and step through the attack with it to like bring the full weight of the sword and my body through.
You graze his side, and you hear an audible wince as he comes around with another horizontal swipe. Hey! (16 to 16 hit.
Nope.
So he swings it out around, and that's the end of his turn.
All right. Do I hear anything from Monium?
Beep boop. Yeah, nose for trouble. You get advantage.
Wait. I will give that to you once because you're not an initiative, Monium.
Oh, all right. Fine.
Can I make an argument for putting him into initiative to give us to give advantage, to basically give the help action?
I was standing there awkwardly long for an awkward long amount of time. I feel like I was there for the initiative, and then I was
This is pure 1-to-1.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, Kai, you don't want to ping echo him?
I
and
was
just-
thinking
Yeah,
about
right.
it. I was seriously thinking about it because I was going to ask, I was like, is it like a spell where you have to like say things and do things in order to do it? Or could I secretly like prep one and blow one off if things
You
got
get the
dire?
idea that
You're being
any
watched.
more dishonor would be very bad. And
Okay.
so if someone was on to the fact that he was nose for troubling helping you, that would also be very bad.
All right.
Got away
Yoga,
with-
heal him.
Yeah. I mean, shouting shit doesn't like, yeah, go ahead.
I did.
19 for 6. What happens? So he tries to cut around to the back. Do you deflect or do you swoosh out of the way?
Yeah, this one I just like rock back on my heels and then come forward with a quick stab at him.
Ooh, so now you've cut through and like a stab.
Yeah.
He steps to the side, but you've gone through his armor, but haven't hit anything vital. And he winces as he has you locked up. For 20, so he has you locked up. He's grabbed you by the arm, so he's doing an opposing stab as well, and a cut through.
That hits.
For a damage roll of 1d8 plus 4 for 6.
Have down to 3.
Half down to 3. As he cuts through, he spins back around for another attack. Focusing strike.
Not even
For
close.
10, doesn't hit. He swings out wide. So with focusing strike, if the first attack hits, he gets a bonus action attack.
Good to know. All right, I'm gonna make another attack on him.
I won't use it, but he gets a bonus. He gets advantage on his bonus attack
Okay.
next time around.
Okay. Noted.
You also have
Do you have,
Nat
inspiration.
20, sir.
do you have fight music, sir?
I
Ooh.
do.
Nat 20.
Do I have-
Battery.
Play that for 5 seconds.
So you rolled twice and didn't double, yeah?
I rolled twice, correct?
All right, so 16 points of damage.
Yep. And
Uh,
I believe we get a card.
you do get a card. Succeed on an attack roll. That's a good one.
There it is.
Turn that junk up, baby. So where did you strike? What does this look like?
I know that he's thinking that I'm going to be aiming at the open gash in his armor, so he'll be more defensive there. And so I'm going to fake down toward that area and then just like rise up. So I'm doing a strike where it's like I'm going for the abdomen, but instead I rise up and I aim at like the collarbone.
Aiming at the collarbone in slow motion, you see that he kind of misses and he sees it coming just as you scar his face upwards. You don't blind him, but you cut him on the face. He has a scar now on the front. As his top knot has come down and his hair is kind of disheveled and he's shaking it off. He feigns an attack and he swipes in high and wide on you. I'm gonna use inspiration.
That's it.
It's
You're
not fair.
done.
Smogatoris, one and only DM inspiration.
16 does not hit, eh? Dude,
Nope.
this is like, what the fuck?
This is why I wanted the good armor, and I have the helmet. I've got a 19 AC right now.
If I had kept the helmet on, yeah. Hindsight is 2020.
Well, you know what?
that is his go. So he swings out high and too high for a 6'5" person in battle armor and a helmet. And does he miss or does it get deflected?
I see it coming and it would catch me like across the brow bone, but I like duck and block it off with the katana.
So these swipes, opposing swipes going back and forth fast. Now it's your go.
All right. Does a 17 hit?
17 does not hit.
All right.
What kind of attack was that?
We have a card.
We do have they succeed on an attack roll.
Those don't respawn every week.
Yeah, just use it. Just pound.
Just dump it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Hit it.
Smash.
All right. So yeah, I after cutting across his face and blocking his strike, I step back of a step and not quite like a baseball bat, but pretty close. Come back at the other side because the armor's open over here. I'm coming at this side to try and just like knock his armor off of him.
See some damage.
Do you want to take that 10 or do you want me to re-roll it? It's up to you.
Your call.
Sure. I'll go ahead and re-roll it. It's 1d8.
Okay.
1d8 plus 4, so 9.
9. So he is, if you had to quantify it, about a third of himself, and you hear some audible gasps from the back crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Kentaro in the backside getting very, very agitated. As he backs off, still in striking distance within 5 feet, and he comes extremely low on you.
That hits.
Unnatural 20. Come on. Um, 1d8 plus 4. I should really just have this copy and pasted ready to go.
Yeah.
For 9 points of damage.
Half down to 4.
4 points of damage.
And I just realized he doesn't realize that I'm a woman, does he? Because
No.
I still have the voice augmentation.
Yeah.
Noted.
He swipes down at your legs and grazes kind of like your calf area.
Yeah.
As he sweeps wide, he does a full turn. It's your go.
All right. 25 to hit.
25 hits, but you miss on an attack roll.
All right, fair enough.
What was that strike?
So after he gashed my calf open a little bit, I like rock back a step and try to go for the collarbone again.
So he kind of sidesteps past that and he goes for your other side, your other leg.
Miss.
Does not hit. You're ready for it and swings out wide. You're up.
All right, I will make another.
Yeah, fuck.
You did forget.
Jack. I did forget, but you know what? I forgot, so that's on me.
Fair enough. I was looking at the camera like, bonus attack? I don't have oh, shit. Yeah. And I will make another attack.
Attack roll 18 does not hit. 18 hits.
18 hits, yes. All right, so...
What's this? Yeah.
Yeah, so I was able to like jump over the sword as he was sweeping at my leg, and as I come down, I do a very quick stab at his collarbone again. I know how much it hurts to have a collarbone broken, so I'm just like trying
stabbed at it.
Like, stab down at him because I imagine I'm taller than he is.
Yeah. As you slash down and stab down, he kind of comes through, but it shrinks past and grazes him on the collarbone.
I'll bet that noise just like reverberates off the
wall. And he uses the streak to come back and try to swipe at your wrists for 15, and he misses. But you're back. You're up.
Yeah, I'm able to swipe away and I'm coming back in.
Dude, how are you rolling so well? What the fuck?
Nice.
I'd really like to know that too, but
all right. So this is so he is like bloodied. What is this attack?
So after I deflect that one, I come in and I'm doing like a slash upwards from like rib cage up toward his collarbone, because I was always taught cut through your opponent, so that's what I'm trying to do.
So as you cut up, you notice that it catches one of the armor pieces and slices through. And he's holding his stomach and coughs out blood reactively.
Mm-hmm.
So he has kind of like a steel stone resolve as he comes in for another one. So he comes in.
I don't even have to dignify that.
And he slashes down, and he kind of falls to his knees as he misses, holding his chest, and he swings out wide, and he falls on his back, splayed open. And
when he falls, I'm gonna come down and just like immediately put the tip of my sword to his throat and say in Japanese, "Yield."
And he looks up, and he looks over at Kentaro, and Kentaro is screaming in Japanese obscenities, "Get up, you puss! Get up!" Like, and this is my shogun. Like, no wonder this was able to happen to me, and blah blah blah. He's "Get up, or I kill you myself." And his katana is over to the left of him, and he goes to reach for it. As he puts his hand on the hilt, you hear the softest but sternest stop in Japanese. And you look up and you acknowledge that it is the Emperor walking down the stairs as everyone in the vicinity kneels and bows. And you recognize that the Shogun, using that tiny amount of momentum to try to grab his sword, fights instead to get himself back up to his knees.
Yeah,
rolls over on his stomach.
Yeah, and as soon as I hear the Emperor say that and I recognize what's happening, I'm going to move the sword away to give him the space that he needs to do as he was just ordered. And be like, you know what? I will take the risk on the fact that these people are supposed to have honor, and if not, I'm decapitating this fucker.
The Emperor walks down next to him, has no real fear of you, doesn't acknowledge you. Walks past everybody kneeling and puts a hand on the bloody Shogun's head and whispers something in his ear as he's knelt over. And he stands up and he looks at you, and in English he says, "Would you help us?"
And I'm actually going to think about this for just like a second, because I still have a bone to pick with Kaito and Urbz, but this is bigger than us. So I'm going to set the sword down in front of myself, go down to one knee and take my helmet off. And
as you take your helmet off, you hear a bunch of audible gasps at the fact that this is a female. And Kentaro is just in an absolute fear, like he is just bright red, raging, screaming.
yeah,
And the Emperor turns around and just shoots him a look, and as he basically looks over his shoulder, his rage instantly stops.
Yeah.
And he goes back to bowing his head.
When the Emperor comes back toward me, I will just like look him in the eye and say in Japanese, "If you will accept a female warrior, yes."
I will accept anyone willing to wield a blade in pursuit of justice, nobility, honor, compassion, and love. This is the era that we need to ring in now, because the world is not made of that.
Bow my head a little and say, "Compassion and justice are hard to come by, but I would see a world where they are possible."
And after this, in my world, you will be welcomed as a friend.
Bow my head a
You
little bit.
and your friends who have proven to be formidable enemies that I hope are even more formidable allies. Please, use this time to rest. This oasis is your home now temporarily. We have amenities here to heal yourself and your friends. Thank you for being honorable and not having us resort to using these technologies. But we will talk more tomorrow. For now, join us for a meal and also for meditation. But use our home is your home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
He turns and he walks back past Kaito, and you hear him mumble, "You've still got some work to do." As Kaito nods, and he disappears into the pagoda. And that is where we will leave episode 12. Sorry for the extended cut, but this is where I feel like we needed to leave it in order to successfully transition to the next episode, which, if all goes well, we'll have an additional cast member to help us play out. So thank you, Thomas, Amy, Tiana, and Aaron, for your patience and time for hanging out tonight. I know you guys got long stuff to do tomorrow, but I also appreciate our audience for hanging around and watching the conclusion of episode 12, Monium, Johnny Mnemonic. So many movie callouts. I'm surprised that no one in chat gave up the Spock reference.
Honestly, I'm surprised too, especially with the people who tend to watch this.
Right?
I only know Khan.
I don't understand why. That's a totally logical question. If you are a data scientist and you are looking to gather how somebody feels when they're being suffocated, you ask them, "How do you feel?"
Right, because that felt way more to me like the Princess Bride question. Answer now honestly, because this is for posterity. How are you feeling? That's what it felt like to me.
I felt like I backed you guys into a corner, and I wanted to at some point I was like, shit, I should just take the answer that they give me. I was like, no, it's totally not gonna.
That is one of the things that Ezra has mentioned to me about like puzzle things as a new GM, is that sometimes you just take the answer that the players are giving you, especially if you're pretty sure they're not going to get where you want them to be.
I feel like if Ryoga was in the room, I probably would have. Something would have happened. I don't know.
Would you tell us what the answer is, or were they all the same answer?
I just needed someone to say that.
Okay.
And I was, you know what? I was ready to jump out of my chair. I was like, Monium's going to stumble ass backwards into the right answer.
No, how close did I get?
And a logical question, like something like that.
Yeah.
It does sound like something Monium would say, to be fair.
Yeah, that's what I was like. This is fate if he does that. This is, oh my God. Anyway.
I definitely like my new plan of slowly backing away from trouble.
I know. I was like, I'll stay on the stairs.
You are so the Nick character in this one.
I am now.
Or the idea of like this very heavy Shogun Deja scene of, you know, about to have a duel, and then like Monium still in the frame. Just
I know, he's like,
does not pick up on subtle cues whatsoever.
Nope.
Also,
There's like, shoo, I got this.
I was eyeing Kaito. I will deal with him later.
so he's like this is like he's like yeah, what she said.
Well, I want to give you guys back your night, whatever is left of it. But again, reiterate my appreciation. Man, I just can't like talk today.
I can't.
Reiterate.
I could not pronounce decapitate to save my life.
Thank you guys all so much, and looking forward to hanging out with you tomorrow night on the Chaos Agents.
CS2 stuff.
There's one inspiration going into the box of inspiration.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to our community for getting us out of the negative. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Lonely Yeti for winning the Carbon 2185 book, who is also working on a little behind the scenes thing here to give away something to our audience.
Cool.
What? That's
Ooh.
cool.
Tune in Saturday, Great Dane Society.
Oh, sweet.
Because that
Neat.
starter set is pretty rad.
That starter set's amazing.
Yes. So thank you, Lonely Yeti. Well, more shout outs and news to come. So we're back tomorrow. Yeah.
We are going into Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We'll see.
Yeah.
The real Baldur's.
The real Baldur's Gate. Okay, this is very traditional at this point, where it's like, you know, the wake of Jackson Elias, the real wake of Jackson Elias.
Yeah.
No, the wake part 2. Yeah.
Electric.
That also means I need to read a little bit about the actual Baldur's Gate rather than just take the names and make everything up.
Baldur's Gate's terrible. You don't want to go there. It's a shitty
Baldur's
place.
Gate is a literal hellhole. Let's
Yep.
get the hell out.
I was hoping it was just like a pleasant farm, you know, plot twist, and we're all really pissed.
Even when we go to pleasant places, they get turned unpleasant. Somehow this keeps happening to us.
Okay with that. I'm aware of it.
I was really worried today that Monium, in trying to get the antitoxin, would stay for a fight that I hadn't planned.
Yeah. We're like,
Oh my
run.
God,
It's
just
the-
run, man.
Yeah.
Running man.
Yep. Do you think that old man on the top of a train car is going to catch you? Run. It's the principal. You can
I
beat
could
him.
have shot him, and then maybe we go to the train. But also, my mental mapping was off because that's not where I thought the
Yeah,
I thought the train.
I didn't realize that he was like 100 feet away. If he was closer, I probably would have thrown a rock at him to get his attention while you ran. But we were too far away.
Monium would have perceived that as an attack roll. He'd have been like, I guess we're doing this.
between
Rock
the
throw.
eyes,
Yeah.
It is.
Recognize we have comms. We can say things over comms without yelling them.
Yeah, I forget. I'm too shy to text.
It's like a telepathic link. It's awesome.
Yeah. What do you think I was telling you? Run. It's the principal. Run.
No, my
Monium never had a childhood.
No, he didn't.
So sad.
Nope, he did not.
I love
Okay,
you, Mom.
anything
It's a
you
giant
can
refrigerator. Okay.
Oh no.
All right.
Next
We're back.
week, Monday
It's
is the mitten. Tomorrow.
the Mitten.
Sorry.
Yeah, the mitten.
That's gonna be
Okay,
exciting.
let's do this rundown real quick. Tomorrow, Chaos Agents. Saturday, Great Dane Society with the starter set giveaway.
Yep.
Thank you, Lonely Yeti. And then back here for Monday, the Mitten Carbon 2185 version
We're gonna die.
Respect.
We're gonna die horribly in Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
with
I wanna be
special
Mr.
guests
Robot.
from the DAT Network.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah.
excited to play with them. This should be fun.
Should be lots of fun.
Okay, guys.
Yep,
All right,
we're gonna go.
let's wrap it up.
Good
Have a
night.
Thank you.